Toets 1, 2. Hallo, hallo. Hallo, hallo, hallo. 1, 2, 3. Hallo, hallo, hallo. Hallo, hallo. Toets 1, 2. Toets 1, 2, 3. Hallo. Toets 1, 2. Hallo, hallo, hallo. Toets 1, 2.
Kan jy hom hoor? Jy moet net dat jy nou is.
Kan je hoor? Rechts zo? Oké, so als ik echt niet zit, kan ik zo maar. Beetje nader. Hallo, hallo. Wat gaat ze me vragen?
Hulle kan jou klaar hoor, né?
Ja, dan kan je maar hoor. Ik nonsens praat.
Ja. Nee, dit is gewoon goed. Ek net kyk. Ek sit hom op Mynplein. Good morning everyone, we are here at Action Sport SA at the all-time All-Stars Cape Town Championship. Sorry for starting late, we had a bit of technical issues and one of the producers actually competing, so I actually got another producer there to show quickly what to do now. Yes, and this morning our first guest is Sensei Shekri Sadan. Welcome Sensei Shekri.
Hi, good morning. How are you doing?
Fine, so you must just speak a bit louder, eh?
Okay.
That's it. So how far is it going so far with the students?
They're busy with kata at the moment and they are doing quite well. Obviously, as a coach, I can always say there's something to work on, but at this stage, I just think it's good that they're getting some floor time.
No, that's it. But you know, a lot of people don't know about Shekri Sadan. I just want to tell our viewers out there, our subscribers, please like and subscribe this channel. We're busy growing it. It's becoming very popular. We've got a lineup of interviews today. And then Sensei Shekri Sadan, everyone knows you a legend in the committee, one of the best fighters ever in South Africa. And we are proud to have him here. Just tell us a bit more about your background and everything and where you come from.
Okay. So I started karate when I was 10 years old, small town Worcester, and since then it's been 26 years now. Started competing when I was 11, 12 years old. So I've got a very long journey. Got my first, won my first nationals in 2004, and in 2005 I got my national colors. And since then, I've just been committed to the sport and wanted to grow more and more until I found myself where I am today now.
Yeah, and a veteran now.
Yep, and a veteran. But now I'm just enjoying the karate. It's lots of fun now.
That's it. And
What do you want? What you said?
I'll say, okay. Yeah, one of the students come say hello to Sensei Shekri. Yeah, we are very proud. You're specializing in the committee. You're currently with Brackenfell Shotokan.
Yes, I am.
But you got a couple of styles behind your name.
Yes, I do. So I started off with Goju. Been there for about quite long. I think more than 18 years. Then I moved over to Shitoryu, and currently I'm now with Shotokan.
Yeah, you're one of the few that can actually say you know the experience about all different styles.
And I actually think it's actually good to have a background like that, because especially if you are a referee or even just a coach, to know the differences between the style. You don't know it until you actually train the style, physically train with the people, and they teach you how they do things. So I think that's quite important, and it gives you a vast knowledge of how other styles operate, and you can actually accurately judge it or coach a different style.
Yeah, yeah. So, but you've been around the world a couple of times, world
Yeah.
championships and everything, and you're one of only 3 South Africans that won a medal, that medaled in men's senior divisions at the Hook of World Championships.
Yeah, that medal I got last year in Scotland. Quite a nice division, and I enjoyed the experience as well. And for me, it was quite an achievement to get the medal.
So you got a background from the other side. You came this side.
Yeah.
If you, we're not here to compare, but obviously when we started and everything, how do you see the standard of hookup has developed the last 2-3 years?
So obviously with the other side, it's completely different because everyone there is elite, and it's quite difficult to actually make it on the other side. This side, I think there is the grounds for development is much more open, and obviously the standard has been growing rapidly in Hook of SA, and at a tremendous rate. And every year you see it, you see the athletes picking up, and that's quite awesome to see.
Yeah, and how do you find the atmosphere of hookup people and everything?
It's a beast atmosphere. Everyone is chill.
You're just saying it around that.
No, I love the atmosphere. Yeah. Everyone is here for the athletes and for the students, and that's what it's all about.
Yes, yes, yes. And if you look at today's competitive students, if you need to give advice to a person that's starting karate now and everything, what will you tell a person that will come to you and say, listen, I want to start karate?
Well, I obviously have to find out what's the reason why they want to start. If it's just for self-defense, and that's a different discipline. And if you want to do sport as well, that's also a different discipline you need to follow. So with self-defense, yes, you train to better yourself. With sport as well, you try and better yourself, but you're also competing against other people, and that takes a lot of commitment if you want to be the best. It takes a lot of sacrifices. You can't just step onto the tatami and expect to win. It takes a lot of sacrifices. You need to train a lot, and to become the best, you need to train like a champion.
Yeah, but there's a lot of politics in karate. I don't want to get into the politics now, but you recently got married.
Yes, I did.
How do you find the married life?
I love the married life.
Lovely married. Does she got your PIN numbers of your bank accounts and everything?
If she needs it.
Yeah, but you don't have her PIN number, no?
Nope.
No, join the club. So, but she competes on the other side, you know.
Yes, she does.
And she's very, very good. She's a kata person.
Yeah.
So, how do you two now, because you know there's a bit of a politics and dissident and opposition, how do you handle that, if I may ask, how do you handle that in your house? Because obviously...
Well, what I can tell you is that before we got married, there was already friction between the two bodies, and once I moved over to Bukov, we drew the line. We said, okay, look here, this is the decision I made. We need to live with it. And yes, there's been obstacles because of us being affiliated to two different bodies. But we've been dealing with it. It's not been easy, but we've been dealing with it. And we're making it work between us. And obviously with no outside interferences.
Yeah. But you made a comment the other night. You say you guys don't even talk karate at home.
Nope, we don't. Otherwise, we will bring in all the politics and all that. So we're trying to keep the karate out of it, because the married life has got nothing to do with karate.
That's it. No, that's true. That's true. But you like your gaming now.
Oh, I love my gaming.
How's it going with it? Are you going to become an e-sport champion one day?
Never. I don't have the time for that.
But when you contributed a lot to Brackenfell Shotokan Karate, as you are the head coach for the committee and fitness and everything. How did that develop, the Brackenfell? Because your input has made us a very competitive dojo in the Western Cape. How did you see from when you start? How those students have developed? Was it a positive impact? Do you see much more commitment and growth?
So it's definitely a positive impact on the students, and you can see how that the students that's training with me or that I'm coaching constantly is that they're completely different to the students that's not there, and their focus is different, their fitness is different, and you can see the improvement on the floor as well. And I like to see the development in the kids, and it's always nice for me to see how they grow. That's like the best thing ever for me. And when they understand what I'm teaching them and I see it on the floor, I love seeing that.
Yeah, I've seen they're very fond of you. They're fond of you more than what they're fond of the head coach there, head instructor. He's a sideline now these days, eh? I wonder who he is. Yeah, but if you look at today's tournaments, the way we're running the tournaments today, you've been around the block. Did you see any development and changes? Because we're using a lot of technology and we're learning a lot of that. How do you experience it now, the way we are running tournaments now?
So the flow of the tournament is very nice, and the fact that there's a schedule that's been followed, so everyone doesn't have to be at the same time. They know what time all is they're competing. They can plan it throughout the day, and with the live streaming and everything, it's very nice because anyone can follow it from wherever they are. And how can I say, the sequence of events, it's running smoothly. The judge is always rotating. It's very nice.
Yeah. If you look at today's tournament, what do you think about the layout here and everything? Is it and what do you think about the competition here?
Okay. Oh, it's a very nice setup, and everything is organized. We've got the floors on the white side and the audience or the spectators on the other, the ones interfering on the floor. It's quite organized, and I like it.
And what do you think about the new concept we brought in to bring different styles in the Kung Fu, the Tang Song Do guys and all of that?
So the tournament is all styles. So you can't have all styles if all styles isn't here.
Yes. They usually call all styles just for Japanese styles, but now we've got all styles here.
So it's very nice, and it's also like I explained early on with regards to the different karate styles. You need to understand the other styles also to have a better understanding of them, and I actually think that it's good to open up the borders basically for that, so we can also just learn from each other. And we can't close off karate or keep an all-style tournament and keep it closed off to everyone. The more open it is, the better it is for everyone.
Yeah, that's true. And just on the fun side, this was one karateka there in Brackenfell. He always starts on Monday with his fitness. You wonder if he's going to start?
So wonder. I don't know. That karateka has been called by many names. Master Monday. So I don't know. Hopefully he'll start again.
Yeah, no,
We've been waiting for the great return.
I think he's coming back, eh?
Okay.
I think so. I will talk to him. Apparently his stomach is busy growing and he was sick for a few weeks, but he's getting there. You know, he's in his 50s.
Okay.
No, I've to the viewers, I've done a couple of times his fitness, committee fitness, and he makes sure he breaks you. You get value for money there. And you have been selected to go to Mexico this year, but unfortunately, you're planning not to go because of financials. Are you planning to go to the Namibia one?
Yes, yeah, I'm definitely planning. We've been planning since last year to go to the Namibia tour. Looking forward to it, and obviously to see the students compete as well. So yes, I'm looking forward to that one. Yeah, unfortunately I couldn't go to the World Champs in Mexico. I would have loved to go on, to go there, but yeah, we'll just go on to the next one. I'm not getting any younger. Yes.
And next year we're definitely going to the World Championships.
Yes.
Are you going to compete in the seniors or veterans?
Still deciding, eh?
Still?
I think I still feel a little bit young.
We'll see. Are you looking like a Mike Tyson comeback?
Hey, not sure, but yeah, I'll see how things go next year. I think I might just compete in seniors nationally and compete veterans at the Worlds. I'm
But-
still deciding.
But it's time for you now to start doing katas, because we've seen you doing katas. You're doing a flipping good kata. You compete once in a tournament, you medal.
No, the only reason I do kata is so the students can see I can also do a kata. But the whole kata thing isn't for me. I get more nervous remembering the kata.
But if you look at, you think in the higher divisions there's going to be tight competitions?
Win this tournament.
Yes.
I don't know. The seniors didn't actually
Yes.
enter in this
But
tournament.
a lot of children, eh?
Yeah, yes, it's a lot of children.
lot of children.
So with the seniors, I know since JP is one of the strong kata competitors.
That's
here,
not
but-
me. That's
Yeah.
another JP. I am a strong, but that's not me. I'm not competing. JP van Heerden from Boland.
Yeah, but he's going to the World Championship.
Yes,
I think
yes.
that's why he's not competing.
Yeah.
But
He is competing, I think.
in the senior division.
Yeah, kata.
Okay.
I think he's kata. I think he's kata.
Mm.
I think he is competing in kata. But any case, I know you need to get back there.
Yeah.
It was great chatting to you, Sensei Shekri.
Likewise, into JP.
And everyone out there, please hit that subscribe button. It's for free. And the more subscribers we get, we need to get 1,000. And hit that like button of the videos, because the more you like, if you want to watch every floor's got their own channel at YouTube. You go to Action Sport SA Channel 1. That's floor 1, channel 2, floor 2, channel 3, floor 3, channel 4, floor 4. You just put the answer, or you can just put at Action Sport SA 3 or 1 or 2 on YouTube, and you go straight to those channels there. And obviously Action Sports XA TV is where we do the broadcasting. We have had some challenges here. We're trying new technologies every time. We hope to grow it and to better ourselves. Please hit a like and subscribe and comment on it. You can comment on us on the WhatsApp. You can have the WhatsApp number. I will share it with you later. I forgot to put it on screen here. And Telegram. You can go to our Facebook page even, Action Sport SA, and on our what's the name is there. Our cell number is there. And then you WhatsApp to that cell number and it will pop up here. And if you have any questions, we will answer it on live. But in any case, enjoy yourself further, and we will be back soon with another interview. And that is with Sifu Andre from Somerset West Kung Fu. Thank you very much, Sensei Shekri.
Yes.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Daar's hy. Reg. Kan jy weer 'n bietjie vorentoe kom? Welcome back again. We're sorry for the delay. We're running a bit of technical. You see me running up and down. We're back again here at Action Sport SA with our podcast. And today we got Andre de Wit Creer. Is that correct?
That is correct, thanks.
Sifu, Andre de Wit Creer.
Yes. Thank
Sifu.
you for inviting us.
Pleasure. So Andre, Sifu Andre,
Yes.
tell us more about. This is the all styles. We try to develop this for all styles, not just for
Yeah.
Japanese karate, but all the karate and everything. And you guys are doing kung fu.
Yes, we're doing Kung Fu. Originally it's from China, and the type of Kung Fu we're doing is Shaolin. And we also do some Wushu, but we're not really into Wushu, but Kung Fu, yes.
Kung fu. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I used to watch all the kung fu movies when I was young.
Same, I did also, and it was inside me, but I didn't know it. And after the movies, we used to dress up the pillows and fight pillows and throw them like in the movie. But it's only years later that I found Kung Fu, because it wasn't in South Africa for years. But it's very interesting how my Kung Fu started.
Yes, but tell me a bit about the kung fu. So you do what? The Shaolin
Shaolin style of Kung Fu. Kung Fu works in circles rather than linear like in karate. And we also work with animal styles. There's many different animal styles. And we also have weapon training that goes, we've got something like 21 weapons, but the weapons is a very interesting training. It depends on the student. Yeah, as you will see today.
Okay, we're looking much forward to see it today.
Yeah.
It's the first time I'm actually seeing, what do you call katas? Form patterns?
We call it normally a form.
Form.
The forms have got names, but we try to stick to English names as far as we can. We use the Chinese version of the names, but when you have a sequence of moves, then sometimes it's just a routine that we use for the training purposes.
Okay, and now, how do you experience this kind of tournaments? It's the first time you been here, or is it the first time competing at a Japanese kind of setup tournament?
Yes, we have been last year to Seon, Kobe tournament, and then this year you guys invited us out of the blue, and we were so excited to get my students, because they worked very hard, because we know that the tournaments are at the end of the year, so we were actually working towards November, and then you guys said June, but we were ready, and it's very nice to have the students experience an invitational. You know, they gain experience, although I think our styles are, for the judgment, the judges can judge our style more easily than other types of Kung Fu, like Praying Mantis is too fast and the movements are fast. So you get different styles. Yeah.
Yeah, and tell us a bit more about you. Everyone knows about now Sifu Andre, but when did you start with Kung Fu, and how long you been doing it, and how does your ranks work?
Yes, I started in my training. I started in 2011, and it was a long training. I was 40 at that time, so I started. I had no sport, nothing experience, except police force training. That I did some physical and mental, and so yes. And it took me around 5 years to get to black belt, and we have two separate lines. So you have to be a student to get to black belt, and then if you consider to be a teacher, if you have the skills to be teacher, then it's a separate parallel line, and you also have to do at the same time.
Ah,
So it was
okay.
quite a tough one because then you do your work as a student, and then you must the next class you have to teach. And being a teacher at the front and being a student is two different things.
Yes. Okay. So,
Yes, the belts. Sorry.
oh yeah, your belt.
The
Yeah.
belts. Originally in Shaolin Kung Fu we don't have belts. There's a lot of speculation about that, but it's a Western thing that came in so that we can come to tournaments like this, so you can have a ranking so that the judges can see at what level you are. We've got 7 belts, and it takes around 7 years to get to black belt. Yeah. So
Okay.
we just tried to incorporate the belt system to the different levels:
Okay.
beginner, intermediate, and advanced.
Ye-
And then your training actually starts when you reach advanced, because there's so many things you can still learn when you have a black belt.
Yeah.
Then really starts.
That's it. Yeah. But you also got a Chinese or Kung Fu World Championships.
Yes, that's a problem with Somerset West Kung Fu Academy is now around for 7 years. We survived COVID lockdown. My ad, that was not an easy one to survive. I think many martial arts schools had a problem with, not a problem, but it was very tricky to get your students to progress and to help them because they were at home. The main thing is funding and getting sponsorship to go overseas or even travel. Yeah, and when I started, I had a lot of students that could not afford the training, so I was sort of sponsoring them like an NGO and training them, and the parents couldn't afford it, but they showed up and they did very good. Unfortunately, they're not here today. Their circumstances changed, so yeah.
Okay, but we us two got something in common. We didn't even know it, eh?
Yes, that was very interesting. You know, when you send a link on WhatsApp, I clicked on your .co.za link, and then I went through the profile because the messages I got is this is going to be very busy today, so I was worried, and I don't know where JP will be, JP Miller. And so I had to get some, you know, it's like detective work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to get some idea of who I'm dealing with and who it is. And then I read through your bio or your information, and then I saw you were also in the SAP. And we were at Pretoria.
We were the same semester.
Yeah, so we
Yeah.
were together there, we didn't know each other.
No, yeah.
So both of us was in Pretoria, South African Police College, and
Same year, same
yes,
intake.
Same intake, and that just gave me. I had to send JP the message, although it was late night, and I think JP had a really long day last night, yesterday, and yeah, I don't know where we got sleep in.
Yeah, no, we get so used to it. You know, I was Foxtrot Company, Platoon 29.
Charlie Company. I think Peloton 14, I think.
14, yeah, Charlie, ABC, yeah. We were further down. I was up in the hill there, where all the lazy guys were, us, Foxtrot.
Yes, I can remember the hill not fondly, but I can remember many things, and you learn a lot of things in the police, what you carry with you for the rest of your life, and I think it helped me get where I'm today with my school.
Yeah.
You have to be organized, you have to be strict, but there's a thin line that you have to walk so that you don't lose members.
Yes. The retention is a very big thing, and what I picked up all these years is that is why we host and go to so many competitions, because kids get bored. So if you can keep them busy and they can go to competitions, they stay longer, you know.
They stay longer.
Yeah.
And they get exposed, and they develop friendship, and they develop cooperation and enjoyment of doing martial arts together under one roof like today.
That's it.
Yeah.
And how do they enjoy it? What do they think about the setup and competing with the other kids?
This is the best setup we've seen. It was very good organized, obviously, by an ex-police force member. So obviously everything will be running fine. So we're very happy. It looks great. There's many people here. Everybody's enjoying themselves, and all the students are controlled. You can see they're not out of hand. And yeah, so it is a thing that people go through.
Yeah.
And unfortunately in Kung Fu we don't have so many Kung Fu tournaments in South Africa that I know of. So we really appreciate you inviting us to this.
No, 100%. And thanks for talking to me on the podcast.
There's one thing I just
Yes.
want to mention. The inclusive group that you guys created. Can you tell me a little bit more of the inclusive group? Because we commend you to adding that, because we see in our school more and more people gaining positive experience out of doing martial arts that fall in that category.
Yes. Now, the inclusive is actually categories for people with disability.
Yes.
And we work on a rainbow system. I'm not an expert on that. We got one guy here, since I Mark, he's heavy into it now. But the people that's actually who's running and is one of the executives in the world is in Johannesburg. Since I'm Mari or Elmarie. And one of them, I can't remember. I apologize for that.
No?
But we started with it this year. We wanted to introduce it because there is children with disability
Yeah,
that can't
yeah.
compete. So it works on a rainbow system. We are in Western Cape. We are still in the development mode for it. And now because you must evaluate the child and give him
Yeah.
points.
Yeah.
So when it comes on it's like a handicap points.
Yeah.
He gets his points and stuff like that. So we are busy with it, and we put it out there for categories. So if someone enters, then we can take it forward and stuff like that. So we last tournament we only had 2, and they fell in the same category. So they competed in the same category, and then their fighting is a bit different than ours.
Okay.
It's more like a grading system where they,
Yeah.
Kion system where they can control themselves and
I
everything.
see.
And yeah, there's different for people that is visually impaired,
Yeah.
even on in a wheelchair and stuff. So all of that gets taken account. So we would like to make it WUKF stands for karate for all inclusive.
Yeah.
So that is what we want to create here, and we as an organization, we don't keep our doors closed.
Yeah.
We invite people. Okay, if it's a national championship like we got, then it's all the WUKF federations.
Yeah.
But tournaments like this, we invite everyone, build a network,
Yeah.
support each other, and yeah, there's a great community together.
I agree with you. And me and my wife was really thinking that was really a good gesture of you to include that. Accidentally, I entered my students in that, but
That's fine.
I corrected that. But yeah, that's a really good thing, and I think people should take it up. That you don't have to be embarrassed. You're there to enjoy
That's it.
yourself, and it's all inclusive.
That's it. No. But in any case, Sifu, thank
Yes.
you very much for chatting with me and everything, and may you enjoy it further and have a great day.
Thank
and
you.
we will chat soon again. When I walk past, we will catch up.
Thank you, JP.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. I've said.
Daar was baie
main plane.
There we go.
Okay, welcome back again here at Action Sport SA at the All Stars. My apologies, we've been running late, we're behind schedule with the interviews. We got lots of problems, technical problems, but in any case we're back. We're running up and down. But I would like to welcome Sensei JP van Heerden from Boland Dragons. Hello Sensei JP, how are you?
Hello, good and you?
Yeah, fine. How you been doing so far in the tournament?
No, good. There's a few of our guys that competed. They've done very well, so we're happy so far.
Okay, and you, I see you're getting ready now?
Yeah, I'm going to compete in Kata and Kubero, so looking forward to it.
Okay. And just tell our viewers a bit more about yourself a bit and Boland Dragons and what style you're doing, and you mentioned the word Kubero for them. Some of them will know what it is, and where it all started.
So I started, plenty of years ago. It's about 22 years ago with karate, training in the style of Shorin-ryu, Shorin-kan. So it's Okinawan style. That's where the Kuburo, the weapon side, also is. We've been training for that. We've been through to Japan as well, trained that side. So yeah.
No, that's great. And you are preparing to go to the World Championships?
Yeah, we're flying literally in 2 weeks' time. So we're looking forward to that. And it's 2 of our students and myself. So yeah.
And you as a dojo owner and instructor, how did the landscape change for competitions after this the last 2-3 years for you guys? Is it becoming much more competitive, and how do you experience it?
No, it's massive changes, all for the good. We started, let's say, for example, 3 years ago. There's about 5 tournaments. Now we're going on 12 to 15 tournaments a year, and it's growing. It's growing. Where normally in a division there's 4 or 5 competitors, now there's 22. So it's all growing, and it's your competition level is upping. So that's good for every single student, and I think we see massive improvements over the last 2 years.
And your experience with the technology, changing your tournament setup?
It's interesting. It's fun times. You get your hiccups, but it's something we need to adapt. And the technology is there. It's making our lives better, and it's making the tournaments way more professional.
Yeah.
So we need to use it. It's tough sometimes, but it's also nice.
But your tournament was the first tournament we tried at our Kiev 2 years ago. We didn't know what the hell, and we went crazy there.
It was interesting, but I think from there on, the whole Kiev system grown so fast. You can see the amount of tournaments on it now. It's insane how it grew, and I think we pretty much waxed now with the tournaments and running the Kiev system.
Yeah, and it has changed the way to how we manage tournaments.
Yeah, I can still remember those days that we literally the night before wrote out the divisions by hand, and then there's issues the whole day. Then you need to erase a number or a student and then write the whole divisions over while the tournament's running. Now it's seamless. It's easy. It's effective. I think it's the best decision we made.
Yeah. And for you now preparing for the World Championships, and we will get back to that point. But do you think, like you say, tournaments now, does it have a positive influence in your dojo, especially on your retention to keep students, or do they complain there's too many tournaments now, it's becoming too expensive?
It's a double-edged sword. So sometimes there is issues that the students can't compete because they're doing other sport like netball, rugby, etc. But you need to look at it like there's always a tournament. So if you want to go, you go. The opportunity is there. If you can't, you miss it, you go to the next one. So
yes.
It's in a sense of there's always a tournament. Doesn't matter if you can't make it or not. Next month or next week there's another one.
Yes.
So I think it's all positive, and for the students you can see they love it.
Yeah.
They're looking. I mean, we now on a school holiday, and I think it's 190 students competing. That's just shown how they love the tournaments.
That's it. And I think if you host a professional, even if it's club, but if it's run professionally, you will get great support.
Yeah. Definitely.
If you run a down tournament just to pocket the money, people won't come to the tournament. You need to invest in the tournaments.
Yeah, it's like any event. If you invest in the event, people will come. If it's an average subpar, it's not going to be worthwhile for the people to come. So I think with the technology especially, we upping the game every time, and the parents can see it.
Yeah, just for the viewers to let you know, why we're running around is, we use our own money to set up everything. So we use second-hand cameras, and we buy it on marketplaces and laptops. So we don't have a huge investment to go buy a brand new stuff and put in. And as we learn and see the problems, we try to update and upgrade. That is why we're running late and stuff like that. It's not an excuse, but unfortunately we have to do it the most cost-effective way.
Yeah.
And with these tournaments, and what do you think about we doing podcasts at tournaments now, interviewing people?
No, I love it. It's the way to go. It brings a whole different dynamic to the competition, and it gives the viewers and the students that can look at the podcast afterwards a different view and different perspective. So it's like the discussions, they never see or hear it. So it's something good. I like it.
That's it. And but I learned a lot now. You mustn't put the podcast too close to each other, because I forgot about we've got technical problems and we're running late, and I say, I missed two already.
Yeah.
So we have to sort it out. So we will get there, more professional, and sort out all the technical issues. We learned a lot today about certain things of the camera. So it looks like it's running percentage now, 100% now. But if you look at now, yes, I can't believe we got so many spectators here today. Huh?
Yeah. And it's nice to see the support. That's what makes the tournament eventually. The parents coming and supporting the children. It's crucial. It's a crucial part of the tournament.
That's it. So when we come to your tournament, are you going to host the podcast? Because I'm getting tired of talking now. Or must I still do it?
I'll host. I just need some nice topips, but there's plenty of time for that. So we'll have that sorted by then.
No, we really want to grow this channel and give back to Western Cape. That is my whole idea. It's not to make money for myself here. And the reason why we call it Action Sport is because we're getting invited now to Tanks on Do guys, karate tournaments. We're inviting the Kung Fu guys. What do you think about the Kung Fu and Tanks on Do's being here?
Yeah, that was interesting. I've only seen Kung Fu guys on TV.
Yeah.
But I'm actually quite impressed how they move. My knees won't make it.
Yeah,
but
what's it now?
It's interesting. I like it. I don't know if they are fighting.
No, I don't think they're going to fight that, because I don't know the rules, but they're going to do weapons. And I'm really interesting. Nice. Apparently there's one guy in your division.
Okay.
He's going to do weapons. So it's going to be a very, very interesting to see that.
Yeah.
And what. So we told them we don't do the list. They can I'm just scared they bring that thing on the rope they throw.
Yeah, judges need to look out for that one.
So we don't know what weapons is going to be there, but no, we really enjoy them having here, and I hope they can support, and we're an open community, We want to invite everyone. We want to grow this All Stars to be a real All Stars. Korean, Chinese, Japanese, we all get together. Rules is rules.
Yeah.
Semi-contact is semi-contact. They can fight.
Correct.
They can, and I think that it will just give a huge boost for them, because there's more opportunities and more competitions on the floor.
Yeah, I think I don't know how they compete and if they compete, but it's a great exposure, especially for the younger guys and even the seniors. I mean, you can learn from anyone.
Yeah.
So it's always nice to see different styles, different things, how they handle weapons, for example. It's always good to see.
That's it. Yeah, and it's going to be very. And I see the floors are running smoothly. I think it's a bit ahead of schedule. Hopefully we can finish by 3 o'clock, because everyone is asking because of the rugby. It's
Exactly.
2 big games. So yeah, if rugby comes first, then the kids must get finished.
Yeah.
But I'm really amazed if I look at it. Yeah, how many spectators, and it's school holiday.
Exactly.
And I could only get the wall today because of the exams and everything, and I was a bit skeptic. And I said, okay, but not a lot of people is going to go on holiday in winter. Yeah, you must be, I don't know. But we turned out, and You know, I work out 50. I always say 50 per the tatami floor.
Yeah.
So if we go over 200 entries or competitors, you actually put yourself under pressure. You're going to run late. You saw
Yeah.
it with your 3 floors, and you were almost 200. And it's actually strange how you're hoping for not breaking the 200 because you're not looking at the money, you're looking at the time management.
Correct.
And we got just over 190 entries, but obviously there was a bit of withdrawals and sickness. So we hit about 189 or 190 or 191, I can't remember. But it's running smoothly, so people come and enjoy the tournament and go home early.
Yeah.
You know, they don't have to sit here until 10 o'clock tonight.
Correct. Correct.
But that is all the Kiap also.
Yeah, that's the key app system. It's way more efficient. I mean, the guys know what time they'll be on the floor. They can prepare enough, and it's easy. It's not those days way back where you sit for 2 days.
That's it.
And you don't know when you're going on. You just sit and wait.
And a lot of people think I get paid to promote Kiap.
Yeah. But it's such a well-written system that you can't help to give it to the guys and say, listen, use it because it's beneficial for everyone.
And we are so used to it to enter. And I've been communicating with the developer. So I said to him, I want to make a video now how to load. And he says, yeah, but people, won't they take you part of Kiap? I said, no, I'm not part of Kiap. You know. He says, yeah, but people will take it maybe. I said, no, everyone knows. I just like to promote it because it makes my life easier, makes my tournaments easier, it makes your life easier, makes your and it makes us entries easier because we don't have to stress, we can see. So I will promote anything that will make my life easier. You know, I don't want to struggle. I don't want to sit here, get divorced 3 times a week, sorting out draw seats.
Running around like a mad chicken.
And watching all these kids now, look at the parents are happy and everything. But I see there was some nice competitions here, and but I want to say thank you very much for the quick chat, and good luck.
Thank you.
And good luck with Mexico. Hope you can bring the bling bling black.
Yeah. I hope so too. It's a long flight.
It's a long flight, but we will follow you, and it's in about 2-3 weeks time, eh?
Yeah, 2 weeks. 2 weeks
time.
Flying,
Yeah, and I know you've been training hard. And I'm quite sure you will I think you will do very well there. You do very good katas, so we will all pray and hope to do it, you and your team, and we will watch it on YouTube or whatever they're going to stream there. And when you come back, it will be really it's your first time going to do it.
It's the first time going. So yeah, we don't, there's no expectations, but whatever happens.
Go for the experience. Go for the experience.
As long as we enjoy it.
I've been there. And just a quick note, what do you think about your organization joined Hoekhoff last year?
Yeah, it's been a massive change. I think the guys are seeing the rewards now, especially after the SA Nationals, and they're happy. I mean, we've been with other organizations. It's gone alright, but I think moving to Hoekhoff, it's been the right decision. There's massive changes coming, and especially I think the next 2 years it's going to be big.
That's it. And we are Western Cape. We take the lead. Eh?
Yeah,
we're busy. We operate
exactly.
here. We operate. But in any case, I want to say thank you, Sensei JP. Good luck. Good luck with your division early, and your Kobudo and the kata. And we will catch up later.
Perfect. Thank you for the opportunity.
That's it. Thank you very much, everyone. Please subscribe. Hit that like button. Subscription is for free. We need to get that 1,000. And if you like it, YouTube will shift up our videos. And it's very, very important. So don't be shy. I know we got problems, but support our martial arts community. Thank you very much. And we talk soon again. Thanks. Bye-bye. Is it on? Okay, we are back again quickly. I saw my grab here, Master Peter Johansson. And welcome, Master Peter Johansson.
Thank you, Sensei JP. It's a pleasure to be here. En baie dankie vir die wonderlike toernooi wat jy aan mekaar sit hier. So I think the fact that you've managed to gather so many different styles from all over the show just shows how awesome martial arts can be and how inclusive it can be. And I just want to commend you all on the organization and how everything's running. So well done.
No, thank you. Yes, obviously we are glad to have you guys here. I will tell you all, Master Peter Johansson, he's going to tell you more about it. But they actually do Tang Song Do. It's a Korean martial art. For me and for you two people to understand what is Tang Song Do, he's not going to take it on. That is Chuck Norris karate, the real Chuck Norris karate. That's the style Chuck Norris do, and that is what it is. So, if you want to know what Tang Song Do is, I call it Chuck Norris. It's a dangerous style, eh? So, Master Peter, tell us a bit more about you and the Tang Song Do and stuff, and how you experience everything.
Sensei JP, yes, I started Tang Soo Do under Grandmaster Eddie Jacobson in 1985, 1986. I was, could barely wipe my own butt at that stage, but so I've started, been doing Tang Soo Do all my life. And what a pleasure to have started training under the Grandmaster who brought Tang Soo Do to South Africa in the early 80s and managed to grow it to where we are today. Tang Soo Do is a traditional Korean martial art. Like you rightfully said, it's a Chuck Norris karate. It all originates from Korea. The most of it comes from after the Japanese, after the Second World War. The Japanese colonized Korea and they pulled out after they lost the Second World War. And Korea managed to take back their own country. And besides the split that happened eventually where we've now got North and South Korea, Tang Soo Do always stayed true to its origins. But because of Japan having such an influence in Korea in those years, a lot of the katas or the forms as we call it, you'll see as a lot of the Shotokan and your Japanese karate influence with the forms that we all do or the katas that we do. Obviously, there's a lot of differences as well with the Korean flair, with the higher kicks and those kind of things that we do. And then on top of that, we also have a big weapon syllabus that we've also brought in, where we teach the people in the Japanese style, they call it bow staff, we call it a bong. And other weapons such as tonfa, which looks like the police pattern with a little handle on it, short stick or kali stick as it's also known. We also do joint manipulation, a little bit of grappling, and then also pressure point attacks and pressure point manipulation. And I can just carry on and carry on and carry on. But there's so much that Tang Soo Do can offer. But what makes Tang Soo Do great is the fact that it's such a universal martial art that we can come and compete against guys from Japanese styles like Shotokan, for example. Or we can go to the kickboxing tournaments and can compete against the kickboxers. We can even compete against the Kabudo guys who all only do weapons. So it's really a really nice open style that allows you to compete basically anywhere, which is what makes Tang Soo Do great.
Yeah. Now I see what you call forms and we call kata. You got Basadai and you got very similar katas. Jitei, I saw Jitei when I judge your guys. Then I say, oh, that is our kata. That is, and there's a lot of similarity in that. And yeah, and you know, when we started, we compete at your tournaments and you cross compete at our tournaments. And if you look at today, how do you see how tournaments has changed after we start competing with each other, not competing together and supporting each other? How did you see that it had a big impact of change in your students, the way they're competing, and the way you're managing your tournaments now?
I think the first thing is that in the past, federations used to be very much closed off in the sense that they want to compete only against their own federation. And it created a problem in the sense that I don't say federations' style or their quality of martial art went down, but you do get a case of where it kind of does get watered down. It's like making a copy of a copy of a copy. What makes the tournaments like this great, and I've seen it in my students, and as we progress to compete nationally, and next year we'll be going internationally to our world champs as well. when you have different styles like we have here today, I mean the quality, for example, of the katas that the Japanese styles do has really helped the Korean styles pick up again and come back to that standard, because we did drop it at one stage. And it's so great now to see that now we've got the Korean guys, we've got the Japanese martial artists, they're competing against each other, and it's anyone's game. The standard has come to such a point, especially in the Western Cape, because of the fact that you've brought your students to the tournaments that I host. I bring the students, and they get to know each other. It's just really picked up the standard across the board, and you can see it on all the styles that come and compete here. And it's all the tournaments where they're multi martial arts styles competing together. They just build each other. A lot of times people think, oh no, but just now I don't, or instructor might feel that he doesn't want to bring his students because, I don't know, maybe it's a fear of he doesn't want to have his students get disappointed because they might not win something. If you're not doing this, you're making a massive mistake. You need to bring your students to tournaments like this. They need to spend time on the tatami and compete against other styles, because it opens up a bigger world for them, and it opens up that quality, and where they actually see, hey, these guys are doing it this way, and sure, that looks nice, that looks stunning. This is how we can implement this maybe. And a lot of times some of the traditional stuff, and I can talk out of the Tang Soo Do side, where certain things have become softer instead of staying the hard impact that it's supposed to stay. But it's great to see that that's coming back now.
Yeah, and I think my vision was with this Cape Town All-Style Invitational is to create that kind of where all the styles come together, the Korean, the Chinese and the Japanese, and just have an awesome day at the end of the day and learn from each other. People are enjoying. I spoke to Sensei JP earlier. It was a different flavor watching the Chinese doing their forms.
Completely different.
And people say, wow.
I had the honor of judging one of the youngsters doing one of their forms, and it was something completely different, something I've never seen. But how beautifully the guy did it, the competitor did it, and how wonderfully he just put his whole thing on the floor, and he gave it his all, and you can see the passion. It was absolutely stunning. So again, this is now completely a different style from the kung fu guys from China are now competing against the Korean guys and the Japanese, which is stunning. And it's so nice to see how it's just bringing everyone together. And you can see everybody's happy, everybody's having fun, everybody's enjoying themselves, and that is what it should be about.
That's it. Yeah, and if you belong to an organization that restrict you, then you got a problem. I don't want to go into politics, but
I'm going to put it out there. If you're restricting your students, then you're doing your students firstly an injustice, and secondly, I always ask that person, but what's the personal agenda behind your decision? Why are you restricting people? It makes no difference whether my students compete at your tournament, at another tournament. What makes it important is that the guys are getting time on the mat.
That's it.
And they're picking up the necessary experience, and they're gaining out of it. Why would you want to restrict your students from that?
Oh, we will go and answer that. We can think about it. I think maybe one day we can have a decent podcast off the cuff with a bottle of red wine, and we can bring it out.
I think that would be a show to watch.
But to get back to tournaments, what do you think about the how that has changed the technology, especially with us now? We're promoting it for free, the key app system and everything. How did it change your tournament?
What a pleasure. In the past, when we used to run I call it manual, you'd have to have your entries go out. People would send you the entry forms. You would have to sit for a whole day just capturing entries. That's one day gone. Then the next day you have to sit with all your spreadsheets and figure out all your divisions, and then that's another day gone, and eventually your third day goes just into organizing your schedule and figuring out who needs to be at what mat at what time.
Yeah.
That's 3 days of your life gone. The key up system has absolutely changed and revolutionized it to the point of where you can run a tournament with 200-300 entries with no problem. You don't have to spend 3 days working out categories and running spreadsheets, because it does it all online for you. So it just streamlines everything so great. And all technology, yes, when it works, it's great, and sometimes there is problems, and then it's not so great. But if I think of the problems that we might have had with the technology, it's so much less than the problems we've had in the past, where you've either missed somebody's complete draw sheet, and now or his entry, and now you got to find out where that person's got to. It's really made a lot of time saving. I refuse to run a tournament without it.
Yeah, no, meaning, you know, I call it the war room corner in the corner there. I got the printer there, everything, screens, I monitor everything. We can change the draw sheet immediately, we can print it immediately, and it's just run.
It's
if there's
on
a
the
problem,
fly.
it's just going like this, it's just going like this.
And it's so amazing when you can see when the people are opening up the mats and the first divisions are going on, and everybody's still a little bit jittery because it is a new system for
Yeah.
a lot of people. But as soon as that first division's done, then it just runs like a machine. It just goes.
That.
And what a pleasure.
And it opened up the opportunities us to live stream. It was so easy, not easy, you figure it out, but now almost every tournament get live streamed every floor now.
You know what makes it great is the fact that they've got the facility where you can actually have the people's names and their live scoring happening. The audience at home is watching this and watching the mats. What a pleasure that you know, hey, there's little Johnny and he's fighting against little Mike, and they are now doing kumite, and you can see the time running out. You can see it's like watching a live rugby match, for example.
Yeah.
You know, it makes it great. And what makes me really excited about this system is the opportunities that it's still going to generate going forward. Because I think we're just scratching the surface of this iceberg. There's still a whole iceberg to figure out and to make work, but it's coming, and I'm very excited about what is coming.
Yeah. And what do you think about the podcasting?
This is very cool. I'll commend you on that. That's very awesome. And I've watched some of the podcasts that you've done with some of the instructors at your other tournaments. And well done. I think it's great. It's great hearing from people. It's great hearing from other people, especially from other walks of life, people from other federations, getting their opinions in. And it just opens up a whole world of information to people, to the audience out there who don't know something or not sure or want to find out about something. Then at least they know, hey, there's a podcast about, let's say in this case, Tang Soo Do, so they can go find out what Tang Soo Do is about.
That's it. And for the viewers that doesn't know, me and Master Peter, he is also a radio representative at Jostasi. He used to do he's doing the morning show. And I was also a radio presenter there for Middag Malligheid.
It was Middag Malligheid,
Yeah, it
with
was.
JP there. So.
But unfortunately, I had to stop because of other commitments and work, and it was just difficult. It was sad. I really enjoyed it, but you're doing you're still going strong there, and and we're looking forward. Your next tournament is there.
We are having the Jostasi is sponsoring the medals for us and quite a portion of the tournament. So it's known as the Jostasi Winter Challenge. This happens on the 20th of July in Brackenfell.
That's it.
The information will go out on all the media platforms within the next couple of days, and hope to see as many people there as possible.
That's it. Yeah. We will support as much as we can. But in any case, I'm not going to keep you up. I know you need to go judge further and ref further.
I think they're going to shout at me now.
Yeah, shout at you now. Thank you very much, Master Peter, for putting some time to come chat quickly with me. And I'm looking forward to it. And we will catch up later.
Absolutely. Sensi JP, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Ab.
Yeah.
Welcome back. We are back here on Action Sport SA at the All Stars, Cape Town All Stars Invitational, and surprisingly we got a very special guest today. It was unplanned, and we are very honored to have this special guest here for us, the well-known Master Louise Vivier, and she is the president of Martial Arts South Africa. Marsha, welcome, Master Louise.
Thanks, Inside Job.
Well,
Much appreciated.
yes, how do you enjoy in Cape Town? You know?
Cold and wet.
Cold and wet. Yeah, you know what's happening when it's cold and wet in Cape Town? The bottle of red wine doesn't stay in the cupboard.
Ja,
hè?
nee, ek kom daar van die Noordwes, jy know, Potchefstroom, so die weer is heeltemal anders daar. There it's quite different. We're happy if we get rain, we don't complain, but the cold and the wet was just a little bit too much the last 2 days.
Yeah, I feel like you're coming to another country, a real European, UK style of wetness and cold. And
Exactly.
yeah, that is it. And so if I may ask, why did you come down to Cape Town? Is it, did you come and visit, or did you come for business or school?
Well, actually, I have a student of mine that trains here, Tang Sudo, and it's part of my style that I practice it. And I came through to do some black belt graduations, so that was the main reason that I came through. And she told me that she was going to participate at the tournament, and I said, well, then I'm going to just pop in and see how everything is going, and get a little feel of the people in Cape Town and the karate and the martial arts together, and I ended up coming here today.
So if you look at it, what do you think about the tournament and the setup and everything?
Lovely. There's a very good atmosphere. Everybody's working together. It's good to see that. I mean, I've seen some people from Wushu being here, and then obviously some of my students from traditional Tang Sudo also being here, and I saw a representative from Combat Tang Sudo as well, which are members of our federation anyway. So it was nice to come and support them as well, and it was a surprise for them to see me also here.
Yeah, it was.
And because it wasn't my intention to come here, it's
Yeah.
just by chance I found out that there was going to be a tournament here, and it's good to see people enjoying themselves and supporting the athletes and everybody working together to create one same goal.
That's it. And so, just tell us a bit more about MASA, because some people ask us, what is MASA? Where that? Just give a bit of background. What is the function of MASA and all of that?
Well, for those who don't know and doesn't follow, all the sports, I'm going to use like the rugby union, SARFU, or even Tennis South Africa or Swimming South Africa. All sporting federations or sporting codes and clubs needs to belong to a national federation. So if you can take professional bodies like the HPCSA for doctors and paramedics, and you have the SIOSH for the Occupational Health and Safety Boards, the Nursing Council. In all industries, you have a professional body that you have to belong to as a professional, and then you are governed by that body so that the community is protected. If you have someone that is a medical doctor or a paramedic who is registered with HPCSA and they are a negative influence to the community, then you can report them to for instance, that body. And it's their duty to guide them, have policies to protect the community, and so forth. Now, in sports, the South African Sports and Recreation Act has a white paper that stipulates that all sports must belong to a national federation. And SASCOC is the overseeing body that then oversees, on behalf of government, oversees the sporting federations within their mandate. So instead of each club trying to affiliate by SASCOC, which is impossible, there's only one body. So you will get, for instance, in the martial arts fraternity, there is Wushu that is directly affiliated to SASCOC because they are a Chinese martial arts. Then there is Judo, which is an Olympic sport that is directly affiliated to SASCOC. There is KSA, which is also affiliated directly to SASCOC. Then kickboxing South Africa, WACO, they are also directly affiliated to them. And then for everybody else that doesn't fall under the IOC recognitions or just wants to belong to a national federation to get the protection or the guidance they need to operate legitimate schools, then comes to MARSA. So the members that we have currently is we have, for instance, 2 different MMA organizations. We have 3 different Muay Thai organizations. We have Kendo, we have Aikido, we have Jiu-Jitsu. And within that Jiu-Jitsu group is 6 or 7 different Jiu-Jitsu organizations that work together as a unity to be member of MARSA. We have a Korean block where all the Korean styles like Tang Soo Do and Taekwondo predominantly will be in, and there's 3 Tang Soo Do organizations that's part of that, and if I'm not mistaken, approximately 6 to 7 non-Olympic Taekwondo organizations. Oh, and I forgot WTF, which is the World Taekwondo Federation. They're also a body on their own, but now you get styles that is not Olympic Taekwondo. There's the styles are completely different from each other, and so the non-Olympic Taekwondo are then housed within MARSA.
Okay.
So we covered everything else that's doesn't fall under an IOC or an Olympic body.
And I heard you call it like blocks. They got their own blocks. And how's MARSA structure for that?
Okay, so to give a little idea of what we call it a block, but it can be anything. It's basically to group together organizations that are similar to each other. And for instance, we call it SACMA, which is the South African Korean Martial Arts Association. In SACMA, each style head will have a representation within that group. You don't affiliate to the body. The body is just, if I need to give out information, I don't want to send out communications to 50 clubs and 100 instructors. I will communicate with SACMA and say, listen, this is the information I need from all the Korean members. You guys need to communicate and collect it and send it to us. So it's an intermediate body between the clubs and styles then to us. So we technically don't want every member to affiliate directly to us, although every member that affiliates will get a MARSA certificate and a MARSA recognition directly to them, which makes them a fully fledged MARSA member. SACMA, for instance, don't issue a certificate of membership for them because MARSA is the main body. It's just an administrative body within that specific group that helps us to get information to the members. And our main function, if I can say, is like playing police, if you can better word for this. We get instructions from SASCOC that gets instructions from local government about certain laws and criteria that people need to abide by from part of the South African Constitution. A lot of people don't know that, if you have a club, there's certain rules and regulations you must abide by. It is not us as MARSA that, wake up one day and decide, okay, let's give everybody all these rules and regulations and give them a hard time. We get instructions from SASCOC. SASCOC gets instructions from Department of Sport, and then we are the body that has to initiate it through to our members. And the main purpose of MARSA is to make sure that all its members fall into the legal requirements to be able to have a school. They must abide by the safeguarding policies, and if you don't know what safeguarding policies is that it's something SASCOC has been pushing from government level to SASCOC about violence against women, sexual abuse, because you can sometimes get coaches and individuals that can prey on the seniority they have and the position they have working with children, and it's for us now our duty to make sure that everybody working with kids or doesn't have a criminal record, doesn't have any sexual offences against them. So it's just as much our duty to protect the community, educate the community that there is systems in place. For instance, the Guardian, which is a national organisation that you can contact in the event there is a complaint of sexual harassment, intimidation, and they are an independent organisation that then investigate, and if they do find that there is any truth to it, then obviously further legal actions will be taken. So it is, we for instance will not interfere in organisations and styles daily business. We won't. We're not going to tell you this is your syllabus that you have to teach. This is what you will do. That's not our mandate. Our mandate is to enforce the safeguarding policies. Our mandate is to ensure that MASA is represented in every province, so that they have the mandate to be able to give provincial colours, and then it's our mandate to ensure that whatever organisation qualifies for national colours, that it's done in the proper fashion with a minimum requirements set by SASCOC, not by us. Minimum requirements set by SASCOC on who and what can apply for national colours. So that is basically our mandate. We are not there to play politics with our internal organisations. If there should be a situation which an organisation cannot handle themselves, they will approach us to help mediate the situation. We will give them guidance and say, okay, rather do this, don't do that. But if an instructor has an issue with another instructor and they phone us and say, listen, this is an internal problem with your own organisation, we have nothing to do with that. We don't get involved in that. So that's basically our mandate. My mission, what I feel is I believe in unity. And we had the weekend that just passed, we had an open martial arts championship in Pretoria, and we invited all our members. And people would ask, but now you have someone that's doing jiu-jitsu or grappling, and someone that's doing non-traditional fighting. How are they going to compete against each other? So what we've done is we said everybody that's organizations or styles are similar will be grouped together for this tournament. So we had a division where we asked the South African Jiu-Jitsu Council to manage that floor or those divisions, and they brought in coaches from MMA and everybody that does grappling, and they then made their own rules that is a unification for everybody. A little bit of grappling here, a little bit of jiu-jitsu there, and they made their own unique rules specifically for the event. On the traditional side, we had the same thing. Most were Korean, but they did the katas and they did weapons and they did sparring or our version of kumite. And it was different styles. There were other Japanese organizations that were there as well, and they did the kumite part of it, and just everybody came together and they put rules so that everybody can benefit. So we're not going to tell them, all right, you have to only fight taekwondo rules. We sit around the table and say, okay, this is your style, this is what you predominantly do. Let us find a midway so that we have the best of everybody's organizations. And then we had the non-traditional areas, which is more contact, and they ran their own divisions where they would have continuous fighting and they would have low kicks and those type of divisions. And again, there was 3 different organizations, each have their own rules, but they came together with one unique set of rules that is specifically designed for this type of tournament. And we're planning the same next year, and hopefully to double the amount of people competing and participating. And eventually, if we will be able to select a national team out of that and take them to the organization, that international organization that Moscow is affiliated to. And it gives opportunity to smaller organizations that cannot qualify for national colors on their own, or have limitations due to whatever reason that gets excluded from having national athletes. By combining their forces with us, we give them that platform to be able to say, was selected for the Moscow national team to compete in Austria or Germany or wherever they will host the event. So it makes the door open to about everybody.
That's it. Okay, but listening to that, I think you got yourself a handful of work with dealing with all these groups and federations. It's not an easy talk to be a president of such a...
Well, having rules and regulations help, setting down things. What I've noticed in the last, I've been president since 2012.
Sure.
And, rules and regulations and constitutions is, it's a working body, it's a, living document, and we have to adapt to times and people's needs. Something that worked 50 years ago or 30 years ago might not currently work today.
Yes.
Because the younger generations come up, they've got their own ideas of doing things. The older generation still wants to keep their hands on everything and control everything. But at the end of the day, trying to find a common ground with each different, and I will tell you, not everybody in Moscow agrees with me regarding certain things, because they want to keep to themselves. They don't want to be part of the unity program. But at the end of the day, if you look at it like this, on your own you stand on alone, but together we are stronger as a unity. And although we do practice different martial arts, there's always a way to help everybody fit in. But like any organization or any company, there is rules and regulations. Everybody has to fall in. And since Moscow is over 30 years old, some of the older things are not relevant anymore, and we have to move forward and progress with the new generation.
Yes.
And sometimes there is loopholes. We find the older constitution doesn't cover all the loopholes, and then we get instructions from government or SASCOC and saying, listen, everybody must be trained in the safeguarding policy. Everybody must have a police clearance. Everybody must have a sexual offenders database clearance. And then everybody suddenly, but why? It costs extra money. And I said, but that's law. It's not us deciding one morning we've got nothing better to do with our time. We enforce the laws that is given to us by our superiors. And because our constitutions are older, we need to now implement all those new things which current members never had to do. But now that it is enforced and it comes to a point where everybody has to conform to it, for instance, new applications. Unfortunately, new applications will get the hard end of the stick because we have closed those loopholes. But the guys already in the camp managed to get in there without the loopholes, because the loopholes wasn't there originally.
Yes.
But now we have to close those loopholes even for the current members. And they have to go through the same processes again as if they would have had to be a new applicant.
Okay.
So that it creates a little bit of, people being a bit upset, but why now? We never had to do this. Like I said, it's not like we wake up one morning and think we've got nothing to do and let's make everybody's life difficult. we have superior organization above us and they have a superior organization above them. And all we do is manage the instructions given, because government in SASCO cannot police every club or every organization of all the sports in the country. So they have centre organizations like the Rugby Union, Tennis South Africa, that then filters down that information to their clubs or provinces. That gets filtered down to the clubs on provincial level. Then from there it goes to regional level, and to make sure that everything is the same. Everybody's got the same criteria, same rules, same regulations. You can go and ask a tennis coach and ask them, okay, where's your qualification as a tennis coach that they have to have? Then, okay, are you affiliated to a national federation? Yes, Tennis South Africa. All right, where is all your police clearance and sexual offenders clearance? They have to do exactly the same.
Yes.
So it's not unique to what we do. If you've got a teacher at school, you have to have a degree in education. They're all registered with their own professional body for educators. And then before the school appoints you as a teacher, you have to have all those clearances before you can actually, be employed. So it's all industries that works like that at the end of the day.
So now, for interesting, so if a new member wants to apply, if someone's out there interested, federation or a club, you must explain for us the difference. What you will take. You said it earlier. You take federations. So someone new federation wants to apply. What is the process for them? Because there's a lot of federations out there that's independent. They
do their own thing.
They do their own thing.
Well, the disadvantage of not being in any kind of federation is that government is actually working also with local governments. So things like funding and sponsorships get limited because they're going to ask you what federation do you belong to. If you need to use a public facility for a tournament and things like that, and get your police clearances and event safety plans, those documents, then they can ask you. I know where I live is that if you want to host an event like a soccer tournament, then the police will ask you, okay, they need a sanctioning letter from SAF, I think it's South African Football Association.
Yes.
To verify that you are a legitimate a club or organisation that is part of them. So not having that excludes you from a lot of things. For instance, in COVID, when people wanted to start opening up their schools and start teaching them, they were blocked because you can only open if you had a permit to be able to teach. And the organizations that wasn't part of any national federation, because what we did is we did our applications, COVID protocols, submitted it to a SASCOC, and on the health department's database, they would give the health department a list of all their national federations. We would submit our protocol. I think we were back in training by June.
Sure, yes.
And then we got a lot of people asking us, can't they join us? Can't they become a member? And I said, but now you want be a member because you need us to get the benefits of what we gave our members of giving them all permits. And a lot of those schools couldn't open up because they were private entities.
Yes.
And we were able to, through us, get them their permits, and we weren't even closed very long. So that was one of the things, is we could, in situations like that, we got the permits. We were one of the first organizations that were back up in the running in the dojangs and the dojos. So there is these situations where, we step in and assist. But for an organization, new organization to come in, we don't take clubs. We don't take individual persons that says, listen, I've got a club here in Cape Town, I want to join Marsa. Then I'm going to ask him, okay, what style do you practice? And then he will say, okay, I'm doing Tang Sudo. I say, okay, you do a Tang Sudo. Yes, we have members of Tang Sudo, but who is the head of your South African organization? Then say, no, I'm the only person in South Africa, but I'm not affiliated to any international body. Then say, sorry, we can't accept your membership. If you do not belong to a legitimate international body that is relevant to the art you practice, we don't accept the membership. So otherwise you have what we call these garage backyard
yes.
dojos all over the place, and taking business from legitimate schools that has to go through all the rules and regulations and very stringent rules, and take business away from them because the guy around the corner doesn't follow any of these regulations. But then you have the situation, if something happens, if there is a crime against an athlete or anything happens, who's going to take responsibility? Who is going to police them? Do you actually know if this organization or this club is legitimate? Who teaches the instructor? And if the instructor has an instructor, what syllabus are they following? To ensure that there is proper legitimate styles doing what they do best and not be interfered with people that trained martial arts for 2 years and now call himself a black belt and then open up a training school in the backyard and print himself a certificate at Post-Tech. So we're trying to prevent those type of things also happening. But the application process can be lengthy because we usually need to make sure the organisation are legitimate on a national, international level. And sometimes when there is not a conflict within, let's say, I'm going to use Taekwondo for instance. We've got the Olympic Taekwondo and the non-Olympic Taekwondo. For many years, SASCOC thought if you use the name Taekwondo, everybody does exactly the same Taekwondo. It took a lot of fighting, legally and behind the doors, for them to understand. But Olympic Taekwondo is completely different to, for instance, ITF Taekwondo. The way they compete, their rules, their regulations, doesn't mean they use the same name, they actually do the same thing. And it was difficult to make them understand. The origin comes from Korea. The principles are Taekwondo, but the styles on the foundations are completely different.
Yes.
I can use an example. There are a couple of Tang Sudo organizations within Mosa, and although we do 50% of what we do are basically the same, which is our version of the katas. But when it comes to weapons and certain things, each organization has unique training methods and methodologies. So we do compete together in tournaments and support each other, but our grading syllabus differ. But we share the same name.
Yes.
So having the same name doesn't mean we do exactly the same thing.
Yes.
When it comes to tournaments, the one group's way that they fight are completely different to the way we fight. So sharing a name doesn't necessarily mean you share the same common interests and the same goal.
Yeah.
And I read an interesting article the other day that if I say to someone, I sell apples, what are you going to think I'm selling?
You're selling just apples?
Yes.
Green apples or red apples, whatever.
And if I tell you I sell apple, what do you associate it with?
Computer.
Exactly. So using the word apple doesn't mean I can't use the word apple. If I sell you one apple, it's an apple. But there's a difference between one apple and an apple.
Yeah.
It's the same name. You cannot coin something that's used by general public. But apples and apple, so close together, but it has similarities, but it has differences.
Yeah.
It's the same with using the word taekwondo. If people talk to you and say, what type of taekwondo do you do? Well, only the people that really know would understand, but what style do you do? No, I do taekwondo. The first thing they think of is Olympic taekwondo.
That's it.
So, no. I don't practice Olympic taekwondo. It's non-Olympic, but it doesn't mean that it's not taekwondo. Because in Tang Soo Do, for instance, the word Tang Soo Do means in translations the way of the Chinese hand.
Sure.
That's what it is. It's a Korean style, but that's the term. It is basically what is the meaning of karate?
Empty hand.
Empty hand. Now, ours are the way of the Chinese hand, which is also empty hand. It's just in a different term.
That's it.
In the States, the style that I practice are called karate.
Yes, I see that
Yes.
it's called karate. Yeah.
In South Africa, we use Korean martial arts, otherwise people confuse us with karate.
That's it.
And then we get like, why are you advertising as karate? But we are a Korean karate.
It's karate.
So I have to bend backwards to just try and, advertise myself in a different way so that I don't get issues with people that does karate, because they think they're going to walk in there and they're going to find a Japanese style of karate. But worldwide, Tang Soo Do is actually seen as a Korean karate.
That's it.
But here, it's like I basically have to change
You change the name because everyone you
because it
use
was like
it.
karate,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, no. I totally understand and know where you're going. And like you said in Taekwondo, I'm not going to go into politics, but karate, we got the similar situation. We got Olympic karate and we got traditional, similar like you explained, different styles, different rules and everything. And what is the, for organizations, when they submit their application, what is the process for them to become a member? Just to explain us a bit of that. Because
If they are usually non-Olympic, they can come directly to us. If they are not in conflict with a current SASCOC affiliated member, we were in the past instructed that any organization that can create a conflict with any other organization. To give you an example, judo is an Olympic sport, but you actually get sports judo, which has nothing to do with the Olympic judo.
mm-hmm.
So we got an application from the sports judo to join us, but we first had to get approval from Judo South Africa to have them put with us, because the rules are completely different. So eventually, with agreement, we had them become our member, because judo is the Olympic, but sports judo has completely different rules and things like that. And at some stage, SASCOC insisted that we send all new applications to them, and eventually they said to us, but why are we sending our applications to them? We said, well, you told us to do so. And they said to us, but no, it's not necessary. It is each federation's own duty to decide who they accept as a member. As long as they fall into your constitution's criteria, they can become a member. But to become a member, we have a stringent background checks. And if we believe that a member might cause, upset the
apple cart.
yeah, then we would handle them a little bit with gloves, because we still have to protect 20 other organizations within our in our care. And if Marsa, for instance, gets into a situation where people do not want that organization to be with us, we're going to have to, stand Paul,
Yes.
for that. And we need to make sure that we have all our ducks in a row, so that whenever there is an opposition or a question, that we can protect our current members, but also give the new applicants the opportunity to feel what Marsa is like. It's like taking a car for a test drive. Oh, a car is a bad idea. You drive the car out the door. It can break in a month, and then you don't get a new car. You have to have it fixed, and it's more like an electronic device. You know, you buy a computer, you get 30-day guarantee. If you don't like it in 30 days, or 6 months or 12 months, you can go and exchange it.
Yeah.
So it's basically almost like buying a laptop.
Yeah.
You give them the 12-month, money back guarantee. If it messes up and breaks up, then you sort it out. And then after that, if your guarantee expires, obviously, then with all our members, anybody that applies with MOSA usually gets a probational time frame.
Yes.
We use that probational time frame to see how they mix with the rest of the members. So it's like bringing a new dog into a house where we already have existing animals, to see how they act around them, to see how the interaction is. You don't want to bring in a new dog that suddenly starts biting, the older dogs in the house. So you have to bring them in gradually so that they can get used to each other. They can understand each other, because now you have a Yorkie and a Great Dane, and this poor Yorkie, is 12 years old and has been there always, and now this new Great Dane comes in. He's gonna be scared to death that he's gonna be walking over. So we try to mediate and try and protect both sides.
Yes.
And gradually bring everybody in, because it have happened in the past. You get people, you give them membership, and with 6 months, they give you such a headache that you said, why did we ever accept these members? Luckily, they've got a year probation. After a year, if they don't perform, then we say, sorry, we are not going to make you a full member. So it's basically just to test drive that member, and for them, basically to test drive us to see, are we going to interfere in the organization? So what is our limits, and what can we do, and what aren't we allowed to do?
Yeah.
And a lot of people think that when you join MOSA, I'm going to walk in and say, but you're not allowed to do this kick, you're not allowed to do that, you need to... No. If you've got political issues in your own organization, it's got nothing to do with us. We're not going to interfere with you or your tournaments or whatever you do. As long as you stay into the rules and regulations set by government, and you comply by health and safety regulations, that's our job. For me to tell you what to do in your dojo is nothing.
That's it. Yeah.
For me to say.
Yeah.
If there is a case of, crimes against the students or the women or anything in that situation, that's where we step in. That's our mandate. When it comes to people wanting provincial, national colours, that's where we step in. Sorry, no. That's our mandate.
That's it.
But what everybody else does, it's not my problem. As long as it stays within the laws of the country.
Yes.
That's basically it.
Okay. But now, other thing, I don't know if you can talk. We hear so much rumors, stories, and I always try to. But we're hearing it's going around that SASCOC is busy changing, and you're going to get a non-Olympic group and an Olympic block, non-Olympic block, something like that. Is there something happening at SASCOC?
Not really. SASCOC have recently changed their constitution, and they've changed their acceptances of members. So they do. They call it the A-rate sports, which is normally your rugby, cricket, athletics. They have different grading levels for different sports.
Okay.
Then you have your Olympic sports that obviously benefit from the Olympic program, and then you have your non-Olympic sports.
Yeah.
So SASCOC caters for all of them. It's so there's not going to be a non-Olympic and Olympic side. It's everybody are just graded according. So if you are an Olympic sport, you will, for instance, get 2 votes at an AGM.
Okay.
If you are not, you only get one vote at an AGM. So according to your international status, that is how you are then graded.
Okay.
So, and SASCOC are also calling them now Sports South Africa. So they are starting to advertise themselves as Sports South Africa.
Oh, okay. So no more SASCOC.
SASCOC is still the acronym on paper, but for media releases and those things, they would rather use something, because if you go to a normal person of the public and you tell them about SASCOC, they're going to look at you like this and, what are you talking about? Because the word SASCOC doesn't really take, unless you know, it's the South African Sports Confederation and Olympic Committee. I mean, it's this
Some
big
big thing.
mouthful.
Yeah.
But saying Sports South Africa, immediately, Sports South Africa. It's just much easier for people to put those two together, and then you know that is the sporting ruling federation for sports in South Africa. But no, I've been to the last AGM. There's no such thing as splitting them into different groups and organizations.
It's only grading.
It's only how they are managing the memberships within the organization.
Okay. Maybe that was they were talking about, and people said no, it's a split and stuff like that. So yeah, that was going around and people are talking about it. So we don't know. And I said, well,
You
I
see,
don't know.
the biggest problem is misinformation. People have a little bit of the story and then they fill in the ends by themselves.
That's it.
And then it gets totally blown out of proportion. And the most common thing is ignorance.
That's
It's
true.
It's the fact that people are not educated completely in the... Being in sport is like being in politics.
That you said quite correct.
Okay, so it has got its own political background like you won't believe. And there's so many little factions within each group. We might be the big party, but within us there's small little parties. Everybody wants to do this.
That's it.
We're going to try and do that, and people ganging up on each other. So you always have to have your ear on the ground and listen what this guy says, and listen to that guy, and sometimes correct them. Say, sorry, no, you have the story a little wrong. Let me explain to you how the system actually works.
Yeah.
So if you don't know what's going on, don't assume. And everybody knows what the saying says. Assumption is the mother of all disasters.
Yeah.
Is that people hear a rumor and then they fill in their own gaps. Eventually, you spread that rumor, and then people think it's what's actually happening on the ground.
That's it.
And it's just, I have some of my students that are here today that you invited. It's the first time that they actually at an event like this. Just as much as that your people are going to look at our uniforms that look different and going to wonder, but they've got white uniforms on, but why something different?
Yeah.
I saw another organization that's completely a different type of style. For them here, they come here and they're like, wow, look at, this type of tournament, although the art they practice are completely different. But they were accepted. I was standing on the pavilion upstairs and I was looking at them, and although the art was so diversely different, they were accepted on that floor for them to be able to compete.
Yeah.
And that is what Masters is about, is giving everybody the opportunity to be unified. My philosophy is all about Masakane. Yes, working together for the benefit of all.
Awesome.
And I think because I'm a little bit in the newer generation, but still have a little bit of the older generation, I can foresee more how to move forward with the new generation. People need to stop being stuck in the past. Because if you're stuck in the past, you're never going to build yourself a future.
That's it. True what you say there. No, it's very good. And you mentioned also tournaments, and your tournament last week I heard through the grapevines. Obviously, everyone phones and now. It was a great success. The atmosphere was good. I wasn't there, but people that came back had said to me, no, they really enjoyed it. It was too hard, 2 days of working.
Yeah, it was a lot of work.
A lot of work. But how do you see tournaments going forward? Because I think that was the first time you also used key app system, and there was a bit of live streaming. I must congratulate the guy who live streamed. It was awesome. We call it lower thirds and stuff. I even sent it to Master Peter and say, hey, look, are you doing this now? Because this is the next level. How do you see tournaments going forward changing with systems like key app now? Different martial arts styles are using it, because I can come to your tournament, I know exactly how to do it, so you can come to my tournament. Do you see there's a big shift in running organizations, tournaments and nationals?
I still come a little bit from the paper generation, and I got introduced in an electronic system, and it just makes the admin so much better. And the fact that you can live stream, I mean, some of my students competed, and afterwards when I went through the live streams, I said, I'm going to strangle this one, and I'm going to strangle, he forgot his form, and this one ran away all the time in the fighting, so he didn't. So now I can go, because when you organize an event like this,
that's it.
You don't always see your own athletes compete. So I can't always reprimand them or help them when they do silly things. And now I said, no, you caught you on camera. So I think in that sense, it helps us to go back, and you can show your athletes, okay, this is the mistakes you make, here was the scores. And so technology-wise, I think it's the way to go forward. But what was so amazing on hosting this event is that we had, like multiple MMA organizations, multiple jiu-jitsu organizations, multiple contact organizations that did the contact areas. Then we had the traditional side, predominantly at this stage was the Korean styles, but everybody pooled their resources. The one group says, listen, we have a very large streaming platform, so we can stream, up to 8 floors.
Yeah.
So we will come, we'll set up our stuff, we'll do the streaming. Other guys say, okay, we'll put up the key up system, we'll run the key up system. So every organization has someone special that does certain services for them, and in that day, not all was just on one person to manage. Everybody brought things in and said, okay, we're going to do this and we're going to help with that. And here you have an organization that is a non-traditional, a contact style, working with someone that's doing taekwondo together to make it a benefit for everybody.
That's it. Yeah. Now that's an awesome idea, and congratulations on that.
Thank you.
And bring it together. I can just say, things I heard about you, it's not to get on your good side. Everyone knows where they stand with me. I'm straightforward. We only had compliments of you managing Marsa with all the challenges, and created this new Marsa SA Championship. I think it will grow, and I think the support must be there, and I think it will become one of the big events of the year, because like you said, everyone is going to come there, everyone is going to come compete, and I think it's a fantastic idea. And like you say, we can live stream it now. Now we can go look at the jiu-jitsus. We can do this. We can see all the different styles.
Yeah, so it's the idea is to make it a festival as well.
That's it.
Now you expose athletes that's predominantly traditional to areas that's not traditional. I had this question. I did a podcast for a channel in Pretoria, and she asked me a question about, is the tournament designed so that athletes can see other organizations and then maybe go join there? I said, no, that is not at all. If you're a good school and a good instructor and you give your athletes what they need, you don't have any problem about worrying losing students. If you lose students, the guys that does grappling never see people stand up fighting and kata and those things, and they were interested to see that. And because I have experienced the lack of education amongst different organizations about different styles, they think if you practice Tang Soo Do, it's all there is.
That's it.
No, I take my people to all open tournaments, and they know there's taekwondo, there's the contact division, there's grappling, because they get exposed to it. But not everybody does it like that. They keep everybody in their secluded little corner of the world,
That's it.
scared for them to see anything that is out, anything else that's out there, because they're scared of losing students. And like I said, if you lose a student, then you might be doing something wrong. If they build a bond with you as an instructor, and they will have that loyalty towards you as an organization. If you allow them to grow and nourish their growth. But from next year, we're gonna, we want to triple. Not all our members could be there, but I think we had like 15 or 20 organizations that sent students to it from all organizations, and it was so awesome to see. Nobody was arguing with each other, nobody was fighting, everybody was just working together, and everybody gave their resources. The different organizations came together and said, okay, we are good with this system, let's do this system, let's work together, and it just made it so much easier, and it showed that Marsa is not just the exco. Every member in there that put their effort in making it the success of the tournament, those are Marsa.
Nice, that's very good. But Master Luis, I must say thank you very much for setting time to come have a chat quickly, unplanned. It was great to get some insight about everything, especially about Marsa. I think there's a lot of people who's going to watch this podcast to listen, and I really appreciate you make your time available.
It's a big pleasure, and education is very important. If people are not educated and they don't know what's happening, it is always going to keep them segregated.
That's it.
And that's the biggest problem, is that if people are left on the outside and not informed, they have misinformation, and there's nothing more dangerous than misinformation.
That's it, yeah. You're quite correct there. That's very true. That's very true.
So
that's it. But thank you very much.
it's a big pleasure. Thank
and
you.
enjoy the tournament further.
No, definitely.
And we will chat. If I walk past you, we will catch up and chat again.
Great.
Okay. Thank you very much, Master Luis.
Thanks.
Thank you. Bye-bye. And we're back again. All I can say is we're running a bit around and we don't follow the schedule. But welcome back. And today we have Sensei Kamal here. Welcome, Sensei Kamal.
Thank you, Sensei JP.
How you been?
I'm well.
You well?
Enjoying the tournament, and it's good to be here. It's good to see the different karate schools, and in mass. It's very good. Very good for the karate community and the martial arts community in general.
Yeah, thank you. But I must apologize to the viewers also. Last time we had an interview with Sensei Kamal, we forgot to put the audio on. So if you could lip read, you could have enjoyed it. But I said to him, come to this tournament and let's catch up and let's actually do the tournament now with the audio and we can talk about it. Okay. So I'm very appreciative for you to come through. Okay. So let's kick off. Tell us a bit about yourself, the Kenwan martial arts, where you're from, because people know about you, but some don't know about you.
Okay, well, it started 41 years ago. Well, Kenwan martial arts is now in existence about 24 years, but my career is basically 41 years. And I've had various teachers, various senseis that I've been training with, been under their supervision, and I went on my own quite a long time ago, but I was privileged and honored to be under the supervision and tutelage of very good senseis and masters, not only locally but also internationally as well. So so 24 years the dojo is running. I've been teaching full-time karate around about 30 years, and here I am today.
But you don't just do karate, you do kabuto also.
Yes, kabuto as well. I practice the Ryukyu Kobudo Shumbokan, which is based in Okinawa, Japan. And my local teacher here in South Africa is Sensei Yani. And our chief instructor in Okinawa is Hiroshi Akamine Sensei. So I've been doing Kobudo quite a long time. I got my Sandan grading last year. So and working towards my 4th Dan, which is obviously takes many years, 3 to 4 years before you move on. As you know, in karate, it's a long time development and understanding of technical standards.
Yeah.
Of Kobudo.
Yeah. And it's 2 different lines because people think it's part of karate, but it's not. It's 2 different disciplines.
Yes.
Kobudo and karate.
Yes. There's a saying that karate and Kobudo is like brother and sister.
Yes.
2 wheels of a wagon. Okay, so they're independent of each other. So it's like in Okinawa, there's a lot of the masters there, the senseis. They know Kobudo. They have their weapons in their dojo, but not all of them have a direct lineage to what is Taira Shinken or the styles of Kobudo. But they do know Kobudo and they know it well. So we are, as I mentioned, with the Shumbokan in Okinawa. And like karate and Kobudo, different requirements, different standards. There's different styles of Kobudo as well. You get the Ryukyu Kobudo, which we follow. Then you get Matayoshi Kobudo, and then Yamani Ryu Kobudo. Those are the mainstream Kobudo styles in Okinawa. And they all have different requirements, and you can see that the differences in the katas and the technical projection, how they project their techniques is different. Like in karate, you get different styles. Shotokan, Kojuru, you can see the differences. With Kobudo as well, you can also see the differences.
That's it. Yeah, and you've been let's say around the block, and you know a lot of people, and you see people coming and going in karate. How did the karate landscape from when you started 40 years ago, did it have ever changed, or how do you see how did it develop or change over the years? Is it totally different teaching today than how you taught children or new students in 30 years ago?
Well, I think karate has developed tremendously through the years, and I think a lot of a lot of the sport karate has influenced a lot of people. So there's you have the traditional karate and you have the sport karate. So people see the sporting side of it and think is that is what you do in the dojo. So I can see what I've seen now. It's karate has really developed tremendously, and I think we have a lot of good instructors and senseis in not only in South Africa but worldwide that has actually taken karate to a higher level. And like they say, there's you get the different sports codes, cricket, rugby, soccer, and all the others. But karate is actually over 200 million practitioners worldwide.
Oh,
So if you look at stats alone, karate has developed tremendously, but you won't get that promotion and that exposure like the sports because there's money involved. It's become very professional, the cricket and the rugby and the football.
That's it. Yeah.
Karate is more on a lower level, but the numbers is greater than all the other sports. So I think that karate is doing excellently well.
Yeah,
worldwide.
I always say to people, karate is a very poor sport, but it's a very expensive sport to compete in.
Correct. That's
That is
correct.
it.
Yes, correct.
And yeah, that is true. But yeah, by you, do you also got? I know sports karate for me, I think is a very good thing for the youngsters because it helps you with your retention. Because you need to keep people active, especially youngsters. If you don't
Correct.
keep them active, they stop.
Correct.
And my days in the 80s and when I started karate, we were lucky if we had 2 or 3 tournaments a year, because that was the only tournaments. You one in a quarter, every school quarter there was
Yeah.
maybe a tournament, So for now, how do you see you mentioned sports karate? Did it develop a lot for you? Was there a lot of changes for you from the old days tournament karate, these days tournament karate?
Yes, most definitely. There's lots of changes, especially in the kumite where the protective gear is concerned. I mean, we used to fight with those little mitts, and we used to knock each other really, really badly. But I mean, we survived that, And if I compare to the protective gear alone to what's happening today, it's like you're putting on a suit of armor,
Yeah.
So, sport karate plays a very important role in the development of your school, but not everybody is involved in sport karate. Not
no.
everybody likes sport karate, but it's important. You have to cater for that few that loves the competition, But at the end of the day, it's, as I always stress my students, come back to the traditional karate because this is where what it's all about.
Yeah.
It's a building character. Like as you know, Funakoshi Sensei said, ultimate aim of karate is not winning or losing, but improving one's character.
Yes.
I mean, he's a Shotokan founder, and so one of the modern day fathers of karate.
That's it.
So it's good to have a good balance between tradition and sport karate.
Yes.
But I think sport karate has influenced a lot of students as well, and the standards. If you look at the standards of sport karate, it's very high.
Yeah.
It's quite high. The technical standards is very high.
Yeah.
From different world bodies that you find, it's all extremely high.
Very
and
competitive.
very competitive.
Very
Enjoyable as well. It's good.
Yeah,
It's good to
yes,
watch.
And if you look at tournaments now, the hosting of tournaments, not a lot of people know, but I actually got known. The key-up system was firstly used by Sensei Kamal, and I saw it by you the first time, and I thought, yes, this is gonna save my marriage. I need to do this, and now everyone is using key-up.
Yeah.
Can you see that development of tournaments now, everyone with the key-up system, the technology, the positive or the negative influence in that? What do you see now with key-up being? I name it, I call it key-up because there's only, but there's other technology also out there, but we'll get used to key-up. But I talk about the similar management system software of different martial arts software. Do you think it's got a very good positive impact in karate for us, our tournaments?
Well, I think, before I discovered KEP, I went through quite a few tournament software systems, but it wasn't as comprehensive and thorough as Kiap, and not only thorough but also price-wise it was very, very good. And when I started using it, it really improved the system and the functioning of your tournaments. It kind of gave it a nice flow. Technology took away a lot of wastage, and we improved our timing and the running of events, the management of events really improved tremendously. And I think with when I introduced Kiap when our tournament last year, not many people knew about it.
No.
But I think now that everybody's latched onto it, it's really going to shake the martial arts community and bring them to this point where they can become more efficient, more functional, and more systematic in running the events, and reducing the time consumption of time wasting of tournaments, where you can actually everything works with technology. So technology today is key.
That's it. And if it wasn't for Kiap, or that software, we wouldn't have been able to live stream. Now we live stream every
Correct.
tournament, not just the whole tournament, but every floor. We're doing now podcasting live from the tournament. We had problems. We're learning. We're not working in the IT industry, so
Yeah. It's a trial and error.
well, we are white belts
Yes,
when it comes to this
exactly,
kind of. So I
exactly.
think I got graded down to yellow belt. But
That's a good one, JP.
yeah, I graded myself. So I think I'm a yellow belt now, but
Oh,
I'm not an
okay.
orange belt or a green belt yet.
Okay.
But you get the black belts, and they latch on quickly. But I think in the IT guys that's helping me, I think they are brown belts now.
Okay. Okay.
But in any case, no. But get back to it. I can't see any more a tournament, especially here, without Kiap and live streaming. My parents will find it boring
Yeah.
because they want to see the live stats, everything live. Everything is there on the phone. You can watch it. You can follow the points and all of that. So I don't know if you agree with it, but I think this kind of software is changing the landscape of how tournaments is going to be held for, especially martial arts.
Yeah, I think since you've introduced the Kiap into your events as well, I think it's has never been done before. I mean, you know that karate has never had this kind of technology. It was there, but
Yeah.
I don't think the leadership was ready to grasp it and take hold of this. You know, so what I see now is using the technology to promote the martial arts community. It is going to have a tremendous effect on marketing karate in South Africa and amongst the local community as well. So I must take my hat off to you, Sensei JP, for really pushing it to the next level. You know, to the next level of podcasts and live streaming, because you need manpower to do all this. And I think you're doing an excellent job with your team that is running the event as well.
The only reason I'm doing is to save my marriage. You know, to work out that flippin' draw sheets in the evening, handwritten. You get divorced 3 times. Arguments. So I will do anything to make my life easier. And we learn from it and everything. And if you look at the tournament, look at the atmosphere we even go to the atmosphere it's bringing. I've seen sometimes on some people hosting tournaments. Shh, you're not allowed to talk when I do kata. You're not allowed to do this. You need to bring that energy.
Yeah.
You need that energy that like the rugby and the cricket.
Yes.
The parents must interact, and that brings them back, and that brings that energy for the kids to come and compete. I believe that is my philosophy of what I see, and I like the way we came up with this Cape Town All-Star Invitational. Now we're seeing Kung Fu guys competing here. We're seeing Tang Song Do guys competing here.
That's good.
We're seeing karate. So where all the martial arts came from, Korea, Japan, Okinawa. Let's call Okinawa because even if it's
That-
part of
that's
Japan,
actually Okinawa is actually the birthplace of
yeah,
karate.
birthplace.
Yeah.
You got karate from Okinawa, karate from mainland Japan.
That's right.
You got Korean, and you got Chinese karate. Yeah,
Yes, I've
And-
seen that. Yes.
it's just bringing that new taste of flavor. Why do you want to eat every night the same fish? Go to a restaurant. There's no chicken. There's a steak. And there's fish to look at, you know?
That's a good analogy. Isn't it?
So that is how I see it. I don't want to get bored to say, well,
Yeah.
I want to say, hey, this is the, and I think the kids love it to see new things and say, oh,
Yes.
look at this,
Yes.
look at this, look at this. We really enjoying this.
Yeah, I think with the different martial arts that is here present, it's creating a different atmosphere and a different vibe, as you mentioned, and that's what we want to create because the people find karate tournaments very boring.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like watching a football match or a rugby match. So the atmosphere and the vibe is very important, and I can see it taking place in our local tournaments, in the Cape Town All Styles and other events. In the past, it's never been like that. You know, we've had many. I mean, you know, the tournaments that we had. It was just going to a tournament and doing your job and going home.
That's it.
The atmosphere was very, can I say, low key. Very low key. So again, I say that your strategy or your strategic plan to promote martial arts and karate in locally and nationally is on key. You're doing the right thing, and that is, we can see it. You know, so again, I must commend you sincerely.
No.
Because I mean, all the years I've been involved in karate, there's very few people that as forward thinking and progressive in thinking. The old guys never used to have this kind of mindset, you know.
But you know, I'm getting old now. I'm over 50 already.
My goodness, only 50. I just turned 60 last month.
I thought you were 52.
We wish.
And last one, Wukuf. You joined Wukuf last year.
That's correct.
And how do you experience it? And how did you experience your first Wukuf essays?
Well, I can say there wasn't a lot of pressure, a lot of tension. Everybody was relaxed and enjoying karate like it should be. In the past, there was a lot of tension and a lot of politics, and that kind of damaged the art because of power struggle and everybody, the egos all on an ego trip. You know, with the Wukuf, everybody seems they're totally different, totally opposite. They seem have more humility and more respect, you know, and they are more friendly as well. So yeah, I see a good future for Wukuf, and we can go places, you know, and hopefully we can get it approved by Martial Arts Africa and
we're still working on it.
you know, so yeah, and I think with the right people in charge, we should be getting to that station very soon.
But in any case, I know we were busy. We were running late with all the podcasts. I really appreciate you coming through and spend some time again to catch up with it. But this is not going to be your last podcast. Hopefully, we will always come and catch up and everything. And I just want to say thank you for the time. And you can go and enjoy it again. Maybe you're gonna. I saw you. You said they call you in for judging and everything.
I was judging.
So just keep a low profile, huh?
No, Sensei JP. The podcast is also something else, which is a great feature into the tournament, which is very new.
Yes.
Other tournaments locally over the years has never had something like this. So well done for that as well, for the podcast. You know? So it's a great initiative you started.
It's just to introduce the people. Who is everyone, you know?
Yeah.
How's everyone? Like we can see what people are seeing while we're podcasting.
Yes.
You can see yourself.
Yeah.
You just sit in the opposite sides, looking at the crowd and everything.
Yes.
But I just want to say thank you very much for this time. Thank you very much for chatting to you. And may you enjoy the tournament further. And if I walk past you, we will catch up and chat later.
Thank you, Sensei JP, and thank you for inviting me to do the podcast. Although we've already done it. So,
But now we've done it with audio.
I hope I'm not muted again.
No, it will not happen, I promise you.
Thank you, Sensei JP. Thank you
Thank you
for
very much.
appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We live stream. Good afternoon, we're back again, and today I've got a special guest. She's been asking to do a podcast, so we choose a student, and today I got Anya Miller. Hello Anya.
Hello.
Anya, how long you been doing karate?
For 5 years now.
For 5 years. What belt are you?
I'm now purple 2.
Purple 2. And how did you do today with your karate?
Pretty good. Got hit, but yeah.
And kata?
Kata I came third.
Third.
Yeah.
And committee?
Committee I came second.
Oh, you came second.
Yes.
Are you going to do team committee?
No.
And team kata? Where do you going?
We came second.
Second. Oh, so you got a few bling blings.
Yes.
And tell me, what is your parents doing?
So my mother is running around and my father is sitting here.
So it's actually my daughter. She asked to do the student representative of Brackenfell Shotokan Karate. And tell me, do you enjoy karate?
Yes.
What did karate teach you?
It taught me self-defense and a lot of respect and discipline.
Are you sure about the respect?
Yes,
Do you make up your bed, because that's one of our rules in the karate school?
I do.
Is that so? I can come and inspect your room.
Yes.
Okay. And when you're at the karate dojo, what do you do with it when you're there? What do you learn?
I normally help with classes with
Ah.
the younger kids, and then when it's my class, I normally warm up.
Oh, you warm up?
Yes.
So how old are you?
I'm 10 years old.
Oh, you're 10 years old. Yeah, but the viewers there don't know how old are you. And what's your home language?
Afrikaans.
Afrikaans. And she's speaking well English because she watches a lot of TikTok. I knew. And tell me, who's your favorite karate instructor at the dojo?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sensei Shikri.
Everyone is calling Sensei Shakeri now. What's up? And Sensei JP?
Third.
Third!
Sensei Emma is second.
Sensei Emma second. Okay, so there you go. And do you enjoy karate competitions?
Yes.
Okay. What other sports do you do?
I do netball and athletics.
Netball and athletics. And what is your favorite sport?
Netball.
Netball.
Yes.
And karate?
Second.
Second. Okay. Okay. We can take that one. We can take that one. Any case, and what school are you?
I'm in Bastion Primary.
And what grade?
4.
4. Okay. And do you got any friends at the dojo?
Yes, I got a lot of friends.
A lot of friends.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not going to ask you to name them because they're going to be cross if you miss their names. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. And did you help here at the tournament today?
Yes.
And yesterday?
Yes.
What did you do?
So yesterday I helped pack the mats out and I helped with the medals and the tuck shop. And today I helped with the tuck shop and I helped with 2 students coaching.
Oh, did you have coaching also?
Yes.
Oh, so you're very active. Huh?
Yes.
Okay. So, Anya, it was nice chatting to you.
Thank you.
And I hope you enjoyed further and go watch. And hope you enjoyed tonight. Take a good rest because you were up very early this morning.
Yes.
Is it? Okay then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Good afternoon. We're back again here at Action Sport SA. And today we got another guest, Samira Davids, if I'm correct.
Yes.
Ne? And welcome, Samira, here by the Cape Town All-Stars.
Thank you, Sensei JP.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and taking the time. I know you're busy running around coaching.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Currently, I have students on the floor waiting patiently there.
Yes. Tell us a bit more. Where you're from, what dojo, and what style do you do and everything?
Okay, so my name is Sharon Samira Davids. I am from Pukap. Our dojo is Mutoba Shitorio, and I've been doing karate for 26 years.
You're from the Boerkaap, ne?
Yes.
People, you don't know where the Boerkaap is. That is where culture is. That's a big attraction of us, and it's a very well-known area.
Yes, it is.
It's
Yes, it is. Yes,
yeah,
it is.
and we competed once there by your tournament. Hopefully again.
Yes, soon we shall be hosting again, and you shall be coming to Pukap, all the way to Pukap again.
That's it. So you got a lot of things. I'm not gonna hold you up a lot. We're gonna do it quick because I know you got a lot of students competing.
Yes, we do.
And they must their coach.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Normally, I'm always tend to being the organizer, but at Jason's at JP's tournament, I get to be a coach for a change, which my students love because they actually get to get sent up as a coach for a change, not being the organizer.
But if you've been around the block for coaching, how do you experience the new way we're hosting tournaments and everything?
The new way, it's a lot better, a lot more efficient as well. The only thing, the divisions are quite big, but that's a normal thing, and I feel that the kids need more competition. And with that just make the coaches work a little bit harder because then you're running all over the show, even if you're only 2 coaches and you have 4 kids on at the same time, you know. So, and the coaching itself has also grown with the new systems that's happening, the new things in place. It does help for the coach and for the student to recognize the coach in the box and be able to respond and give input what they're needing to do as well.
Yes. And how do you like the live streaming things we're doing with, especially for the grannies at home and
I love it because we have some parents that are traveling currently and some parents that can't make it, and they're able to actually view it at home. And when we go back to the dojo, we actually tend to watch, go back and see what they did wrong and what they need to work on. So it does also help within the dojo aspect as well.
Yes, it is, and that's a good thing because what we are currently doing now, even though we live stream, we're actually recording it also,
Yes.
and then we load it up as a video.
Yes.
So there's a better qualities and
Yes.
everything. Sometimes, like you can look at my hair running around this morning, figuring out technical things that worked yesterday.
Yes.
And this morning it didn't
Didn't
work.
work, yes.
So we run about almost an hour and a half late on the podcast just to figure the stuff out. I said to Sensei Kamal a day, I'm actually a white belt in when it comes to this kind of work stuff, but I think I graded myself to a yellow belt.
I think all of us are that way inclined because we're all getting used to the new live streaming, the podcast and everything. And it's just everyone, we have to move with the change that's currently happening.
Yeah.
And it's a good change. And I think we're using it in a positive light. And
That's
that's
it.
the most important thing.
Yeah.
You know, especially for all our youngsters out there, showing that you can do, not just sit at home and do nothing. You can be out there and you can promote sport and you can do sports no matter what religion or domination you are.
No.
And no matter how old you are, you can still do a sport.
Yeah.
That's
And
the important part.
that's it. And how do they react when they see themselves on YouTube and they see their name coming in the...
I think for them it's like a shock to the system because they're like, wow, I'm actually out there.
Yeah.
But it's a good thing also because they also realize that they have to work hard. You know, and it shows them that if I put the effort in, I'm able to get something out.
That's it.
And that's the homework as a coach we have to do is like, check what you guys did and making sure that they're able to look at the fight and they can say, okay, since I need to work on this, I need to work on the following stuff. And then they do work on that because they feel that, you know what, they can do it. And that's
Yeah.
the important part of it. And if they acknowledge what they can do better, it helps the coach as well because then we're able to work hand in hand as well.
That's it. And the standard, how do you experience the standard of
I
this?
must say the standard from the last tournament to this tournament has jumped dramatically. And for me, I think it's a good thing because my students were saying, Shoo Sensei, we're having a run for our money today. I said, yes, that's the whole point.
That's it.
how we come to these tournaments, you know, from the previous tournament that we had and watching some of the Kung Fu guys at Kata today. That was truly amazing and the kids were like, wow. And I said, that's the whole point. We have different styles coming here to do kata, and everyone gets seated equally, and you can see the level of understanding that everyone has with kata, and that for me was truly, truly amazing.
It was,
And especially- Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Even the unison kata, I think everyone there got a standing ovation at one point
Yeah.
for that. So for me, I feel you're opening up doors to a lot of more organizations and making it comfortable, and everyone feels that, we're able to come here and we can compete and have fun, and that's the bottom line.
Yeah.
Is having the fun aspect, competing, and still going home and saying, I did well, knowing it was tough competition.
That's it.
That's the whole idea.
But I think for us, we focus on bringing that energy to competition.
Yes, definitely.
And that walking on the atmosphere, people are still behaving.
Yes.
But they bring in that. Look at the parents today. The crowd is full. The crowd is running. The floors are running. 4 floors.
Yeah.
And just that energy,
What-
And
And I think that's the best part, it's the energy that we have coming from the students. I mean, for our dojo, like, we had Eid on Sunday and Monday. The Tuesday morning, I got messages, Sensei, we have tournament this weekend. Shouldn't we be training tonight? And I'm like, okay, I'll make a plan. We got the venue, we trained Tuesday and Wednesday, and it was the kids putting the effort in, also wanting to train,
Yeah.
and that brings the atmosphere. So when they came here, they already had the mindset, this is my goal for today. And what I like, some of the students today, especially the girls, my girls are saying, Sensei, I want to win that gold medal today. And when they went onto the floor, they showed me they got that gold medal today. So it's a mindset, and it's
Yeah.
them also putting themselves there because they know they can do it.
yes,
And us as instructors, all we have to do is just cultivate and nurture it.
that's it.
And I think that's where our role as coaches really plays a big role in any sport that we have. With karate, I think you had it with your daughters as well. There's times when it's an emotional breakdown, and then you're like,
Yeah.
oh my God, what do you do now? And then you figured it out, and you're just working with the kids. So that vibe, everything comes through on the floor.
Yeah.
I mean, we had some students crying, and coaches were consoling the different students, and we know who the child was, but that's the part of the how it brings everyone together as well.
Yes. Yeah, and it's a very positive thing, because I say always competitions, they can learn the traditional way, but youngsters, they need competitions because it helps with your retention of your dojo, because they don't get bored.
Yes, and that's important, and also with competition, it helps them also to grow as individuals. I could speak for one of my girls, very introverted, and coming to tournament, she was like very, should I, shouldn't I? Now she's able to walk onto a floor, she does a kata and she's not phased.
That's
You
it.
know, and that's the best part of it. And today was very funny because we have a 5-year-old competing today. And all the other students were like, Sensei, you're only spending time with him. And I'm like, because he's our baby. Come on, guys. All of you were there once upon a time.
Yeah.
And he was like, Sensei, I came third today and fighting. I fought. He didn't want to fight, so I had to use bribery. Had to work for the Sensei today. But he fought 2 fights, and that's the advantage of us as coaches. We nurture our kids. We make sure bring them here for them to learn, and that's the
Yes,
important part
yes.
of it.
Yeah. And you can actually see kids who compete and kids who doesn't compete. You can see it in class and in grading. You can see it.
Definitely, and you can see those that is ready and eager to learn.
Yes.
And that's the fun part of it. And I think at the last tournament, I had some of my girls that had got 4 times because they were tying for kata the whole time. They went back to the dojo and they said, I know, we need to learn more katas. They had to learn more katas and they had to up their game.
Yeah.
So I think with competition, it also gives them that motivation to push themselves also.
Yeah.
And it helps with their schoolwork as well. Because some of the parents are saying they become more focused at school, they just completely just grown out of just
That's it.
where they were before and where they are now.
Yeah.
It's completely different.
No, I totally agree with you. But listen, I know you're under pressure. I know you need to go coach.
Yes, I do.
can see you watching it there. Samira, since I thank you very much to put the time quickly to have a quick podcast with us because we were running late. I apologize. And good luck with the students. I hope they did very well. and I know they did very well. And it's always wonderful to have you at the tournament.
Likewise in JP, and I think this is a good platform where people get to see the instructors and what they are made of. You know, not all of us are this stricter. No, we are fun. we go with it, and we look at what's happening now. And the main thing is us helping our kids out there to make sure, you know what, you can do anything and you can achieve anything. But it's my pleasure, and thank you so much for having us here.
I actually asked my daughter, she asked the people, who's her favorite sensei? I was actually third. At least I'm in the top 5. Sensei Shekri was first, and then Sensei Emma, and then me. Oh, but in any case, I would say at least I'm still in the top 5.
You're top 5, you know. My students will say, Sensei, you know what? So we have like almost 5 to 6 instructors at the dojo. They say, but you're the best ever, because you just tend to, at the end of the training session, you will just have a fun day and we'll go on and just do fun games. I said, yes, I know, but then you sense up with a serious face, we know, we're in trouble now, we need to work. We can't play around anymore. But I think that's the best part of karate, is that there are times in a place where we are sensei, there are times where we become the friend, and there are times in a place where we say, look here, we're breaking the rules and we're having fun now, you know, and that's how we just grab our students in, and we keep them there, and we make sure that, you know, they can achieve anything no matter what.
That's it.
That's the important message we have to give across out there. Even if you don't place, you come here to compete and you work, you see your potential and you know where you are. That's the important part.
No,
but thank you so much, Sensei JP.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure.
And good luck.
Thank
and
you.
I know that the coaching box is waiting for you.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Pleasure. Bye-bye.
Gosh, you've got my name there. You're getting
And good afternoon. We're back again. And this time we are, like we always started, there's one person that we must always go say hello. And that is our awesome Sensei Mary Ann Landers. Welcome, Sensei Mary Ann.
Hello, JP Sensei, and it's always a pleasure to be with you here and at another event, having fun.
That's it. Yeah, no. I know you were quite busy this morning.
Yes.
So we couldn't make an early one, so we do a rather catch-up one.
Happy to do catch-up.
So how far was the event for you going so far?
No, once again, we've got another wonderful event and a very awesome venue. I think the people are doing what they do best. The kids are here. It's holiday season, and I'm surprised that we've got such a huge turnout as well, because normally the kids, you know, when it comes to holidays, they're back on their little digital gadgets and off they go. But here they are, they're competing, and these are the ones I think that'll be the cream of the crop when they eventually get to the top sections.
Yeah, that was actually, I was just nervous when I got the date. It was in the holidays, and there wasn't another date available for me because it's DF Milan's 80th birthday or 85th birthday, and they got a lot of stuff going on. So, and I was very surprised with the entries, and a lot of kids entered this time. It was more kids than what we had before. You know, that it's huge divisions. So I'm very glad, and a huge turnout with the parents. That was actually strange.
Yes, I mean, as if you look out across the hall here, there were many parents here today, quite happily sitting in and watching their children, and I can see a lot of them are starting to learn the rules quite well as well, because you can see them going there, looking in that judge and going, well, I'm not so sure about that, Mr. Referee or Miss Referee or Mrs. Referee. Yeah, it's good to see the parents and them coming out in their numbers, and great that we have more children's divisions, you know, because they're what we need, you know, they're the ones that'll be taking over later when we, you know, get too old to do this, they'll be there.
Were you here when, did you see some of the Kung Fu guys competing?
I saw very little, but I came in on the tail end, and it was very interesting having them here. It was really, it's something different, and it's opened up our eyes to something new, you know, and understanding martial arts is not contained, you know, there's just so much more to explain and to see and to explore, yeah.
That's it, yeah. Now I saw some of they call it forms katas. It is actually mind-boggling the way they move and the way they do their team katas a bit. It was something new for us. But and the Taekwondo, Tang Soo Do guys, the Chuck Norris karate guys, they're also here competing and enjoying themselves. So I was thinking about it, and I want to make this Cape Town All Stars a true All Stars, you know, Chinese, Korean, and Japanese, and Okinawa. Some people want them, the Gojus and everything, just to get them together, you know, and have a like a real extravaganza martial arts event in a public holiday of June. I think it's a good time, just before the Worlds.
Correct.
So people can come and
just brush up a little bit, just check what they're working on. Are they on track? You know, all those good things. Yes, I think it's a good time to have a tournament.
Yeah, and we got a couple of tournaments ahead of us.
Yes.
I if I can remember off the nap, you know, it's the, which ones is it now? It's my one, the Cobra. League. It is.
There's one in Fishhook, I think.
There's one in Fishhook still. The Cobra League is the 14th of September, and that is a one. And the one we're all looking forward, we're busy trying to get a team together, is the Windhoek one. Southern Africa Windhoek, the Open
Championships. Yes.
I think it's going to be an awesome one. We're trying to put some things together, but to get a bit of sponsorship, but
that's always the difficult part.
That's the difficult part. So yeah, that is the two main ones, and obviously I think it's the Western Winelands Championship is also on the card still.
Correct.
And then it's yours.
Then we have our one later in October. Yeah.
That's it.
Yes.
The Cape Town Tiger.
The Cape Town Tigers. Yeah.
Cape Town Tiger League. That's the final league.
That's the final league, and I think that's always hotly contested because there's always one or two students that are just like 1 or 2 points adrift from each other, you know, from winning that coveted trophy or that medal. So it's always kind of one where people are got to give one more little push to see where I am for the year 2024. And it's gone so fast. I mean, we're in June already, and we've had a number of tournaments, and as we say, going downhill from now, sliding into the end of the year,
That's
you know,
it.
and then we got to get ourselves sorted out for the next year again.
Yeah, and what I actually waited. I didn't told anyone. I'm actually working on a thing with the developer of Kia, 2 ranking systems. So the one ranking system will be the league one.
Correct, yes.
It's already been set up, but there was a bit of minor things he has to do. And we started the one with the Western Cape Hoekhof ranking system. So all the tournaments of the Hoekhof where the Western Capes compete at, that gets pulled in. So we're going to see who is the number 1 Western Cape Hoekhof competitor
Wow.
and the number 1 league competitor.
That's exciting.
Yeah. So we're busy sorting it out. And what he said to me, what we're doing is everyone is going to be ranked in their categories, but also totally ranked.
Oh, gee.
And the dojos. So you can actually say you rank number 1 in the Western Cape, or in the Cape Town Cobra League, the Western Cape League. So yeah. So he said, but I was hoping for it to be finished this weekend, but he said no, it's going to take about a week or 2.
Okay.
He must give him a bit of time, so then people can go and click on the ranking and see exactly where they are.
Well, it just reminds me, I think one of our first talks that we had together on the podcast here was where are we going with karate? And look at the technology now, you know.
Yeah.
We have this ability now, as you say, to pull people in on the league events and overall on the Western Cape tournaments. And what a nice way to track your achievements, you know.
That's it.
And maybe that will even keep people more interested in karate, because we always have that little dip when the children get to teenagers and they discover other things and things to do, and it gets a little bit more difficult sort of on the academic level, because they've got to have good marks and matric and whatever. But maybe that'll just keep them a little bit more motivated to hold that rank and keep carrying that rank.
Yeah. Now I was thinking of giving a trophy out for the top 3 Western Cape Hoekhof champions, or the top 3 ranking, but it's going to be a bit of cost effective. So how can I say? It's a bit of financials,
Yes.
because it's too many divisions.
Correct.
So I'm probably going to look rather at diplomas or something like that
Yes.
for now.
Yes.
Because just to save cost, because it's going to be very, very expensive. But we will still do the league, the medals, because that's we started with that. But the official one, you will at least you will have bragging rights.
There you go. And nothing is more important than bragging rights to our younger generation. You know, they've brought up with that.
And as you can see, we got now the own screen. You can actually see yourself now.
Yes.
We got another software, but we didn't have time to train our producers on that, the pop-ups and stuff like that, because we worked yesterday the whole day, and we can actually log into some floors now from here. If we can see, there it coming up, the upcoming tournaments. Let's see.
Oh my goodness.
What is there? Oh, the Fujiyama Winter Challenge is coming up. That is the 6th of July. Stasi Winter Challenge. That's coming up the 20th of July. Then we got the Gutschen Invitational. That's the 3rd of August. Then we got the Winelands Championship. Yeah, look at that, eh? The
Wonderful.
17th of August. We got the Falls Bay Challenge. That is the 31st of August. Then we got the KFS Cape Challenge. We've got a lot of challenges, eh?
Yeah.
The 7th of September. And then we got the Cape Cobra League. That's the 14th of September. And then we got the Hoekhof Southern Africa in Windhoek, the championship. And that is, what are we going to say there? That's in Namibia.
That's Namibia.
Our neighbors, 19th to the 21st of September. And then we have the ISF Jimmerside. That is the youth league.
That's
the
the
youth
youth
games.
league,
I believe there's some
yes.
people going in Bahrain, Manama. That is where all the school, I think it's under 16, 17 and 18 if I remember correctly.
Okay.
So that is a big one. There is a few people going. And then it's yours, the Cape Town Tiger League, the 26th of
Correct.
October. So we got a lot of competition still ahead of us, and we, like you said, we're in the middle of the year already.
In the middle of the year already, yes. But that just bodes so well for the experience that everybody is getting with all these tournaments.
That's
you
it.
know? And it just builds on. And as we've said before, you can see the skills improving. Especially like we've just finished off the little rotational committee for the little youngsters. They are so keen. You can see it in their eyes. they're up and they're running. They know where they should be with the points. They know what they should be doing. It's absolutely, I think this is really, really good. And if we can keep this up,
Yes.
we will have some very good karateka and maybe bring karate back to where we were, because we've gone through a very bad dip where there were very few tournaments, very little participation. And I think we're on the upsurge again.
Yeah, but I think when we started with tournaments, we had huge numbers entering. I remember my one was over 250, 300. But with all these competitions, it's stabilized now. And it's actually good for us in a better way. Because now you can see it's between 150 and 200 competitors entering. And that's a good number. The reason for that is the limits you got on your floors. You know, you got maximum 4. If you go over 200, you need to look at
A bigger
5
venue.
and 6, because you work at 50 per tatami,
Yes.
and 50 gives you a full day.
Yes.
50 competitors on
Yeah.
one tatami. So for us, it's not going about the money. It's about the quality and finish on time. You know.
Correct,
Don't
yes.
finish 9 o'clock tonight and stuff like that. And a few, you know, even if you got 60 or 70 on the floor, you're not going to finish on time. So I think it's stabilized in the rotation of the competitors is about, you can say average. We average 200 on every competition, 160, 170, 180, 190. So it's a good number for
Fair number, yes.
because of the judges and the refs and the table officials. You know,
Correct.
there's no
That's-
strain on us.
Yes, that's the other thing that we need to look at, because if you don't have the referees or the table officials, then you are going to run late.
That's it.
So I think if we but I mean, we have been organising tournaments where the referees and officials are all here, and we finish at a good time, a reasonable time. It's not like you say 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
And you can see the officials are keen to come back again. They're keen to come and do the events. And the other thing that I find also very exciting is that the competitors are starting to know who you are, and they'll come
That's
up
it.
and they'll say, greet you. And that's so nice, because there's that interaction. It's not that, like, who are you kind of glaring look kind of thing.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with you. And we now got cameras on each floor, but some of the cameras give us problem. But we can now link in from here to the floor, exactly the same as what they see now.
Yes.
And we can talk about it, but those other 2 cameras has been giving us trouble. We don't know why. Sorry for the viewers. We must apologize. We tried it. And only 2 cameras. There's the one coming back again. I think the cell phones is a bit old.
Okay.
So we tried our best. But there's a nicely. So there's a good one. Luca van der Merwe is now fighting Daniel Govigi.
Yeah.
Oh, they got each 1-1.
Each 1
and
point,
they got
yes.
a few seconds to go.
Yes, 12
Okay.
seconds to go.
All right. So it's going to be very tight.
That's going to be a tight fight. There we
Ah,
go.
so,
He's chasing.
And what do you think about this idea that we can actually?
Awesome. I'm loving the technology. For me,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
just whatever we can make it happen, be smarter, and be more effective.
That's
this
it.
is absolutely amazing.
Yeah. No, we tried it out, and obviously we need to fix it a bit. We learned a lot of things this morning. We were running 2 hours late on the technology on the podcast side.
Yes.
Because we couldn't understand why it doesn't work. But I said to Sensei Kamal, I was a white belt with this technology, but today I promoted myself to yellow belt.
To yellow belt. Okay. And one of these days we'll get to the top of the pile, and we'll be able to do this all nice and smoothly, and everything will just fall into place.
Yes. And what do you think about Master Louise to come and visit us, the president of MASA?
That was fabulous. I'd gone upstairs quickly and I went to greet her, and it was wonderful seeing her, because I do know her, because I've been in karate administration on a national level, and I had met her before at 1 or 2 of the SASCOC meetings. And it was just wonderful to see her here, and I think it's so wonderful that someone of her stature would come down and and be part of an event like this, and be present.
Yes, and a dojo that belongs to her federation, Staff Federation, they also competed here today.
Yes, I did see some of the people wearing the
Tanks on Dude.
the Tanks on Dude
Yes,
badges. Yes.
Yeah, they also competed. No, it was just coincidence. It was not planned. She came here for pre-gradings and gradings for the dojo, And then they told her they're going to compete here, and that is why I said. So I thought it was a good opportunity just to have a chat with her, you know, in the podcast.
I think it's a fabulous idea and,
Yeah.
and great and very humble of her to, you know, to be here.
Yeah,
And-
just give
and
us a bit
talk.
of background of the Masa and everything like. And for us, everyone, we are still in the process.
Correct.
So, hopefully, we will resolve and see the outcome.
Yes.
But it's very exciting. So, but I must tell, I'm very, very surprised with so many spectators still this time of the afternoon.
Afternoon, yes.
And we cannot complain. And the energy, you know, like I said to Sensei Kamal, we must get that energy that the school sports got in.
Yes.
That it mustn't be dead.
Yes.
You know
It kind of there's like a humming, a trembling when the sports are going. I understand what you
And
mean.
you should have seen this morning, even with the kata, people cheering, not while I'm doing kata, but when I went, and now, and you can see the atmosphere is much better, it's much stronger, and it's very great to see everyone here. And I think we are busy building a very good network between WUKF members in Western Cape, but also with others that is not part of WUKF.
Correct. Yes, yes. I think we have. It's just, I think it's just like a family environment and people are friendly and they're like-minded, as I've said before. And you can see people are, they might not be your student, but you're refereeing and you give everyone a fair go. And parents see that and they pick it up. And you get afterwards when you leave and you're walking past a parent, they'll say, thank you, Sensei, for refereeing, and we're definitely coming back to this tournament because we enjoyed it.
Yeah.
And that's what you want people to do. They mustn't go home and be in a mopey mood because something didn't go their way. You know, things happen. You might have an on day, an off day. You might do something correct. One day you might not do it.
That's it.
You know, but that's all about learning to win, learning to lose, learning how not to lose, you know. And it's all those little skills that you learn that will eventually, when you're older and when you have to, even at school, you might have to be able to use these skills.
Yes.
And in the work environment, it's important to understand that, you know. How do I measure that? How do I work with that? I may have got a bad report for something. How do I pick myself up again and go, you know?
Yeah.
Bad day at the office, as they say.
That's it. And but getting to the school and the school sports, and I think while they are successful, they also got their own ranking system for the school rugby's and everything. And I think this ranking system is going to boost dojos to enter more students. I know the smaller dojos, they can't bring the numbers.
Yes.
But they can bring the good competitors. You know?
Correct.
Rather end up number one in one or two of the divisions.
Yes, they're not appearing at all on the ranking system and then, you know, bemoaning the fact. Rather come here, do what you need to do, and get yourself on the board, you know, on the leaderboard like they have in
That's
golf, you know. There's my name.
That's
I
it.
may not be on the top, but I'm on the board. Yes.
And I think that will encourage some kids, and I think it's going to push up the competitive vibe.
I agree.
Yeah, because, you know, I see sometimes people advertise, I laugh on Facebook, best dojos here, number one ranked, number one rated, number one this. And I say to people, I can't do that if I don't have statistics.
Correct.
You know, I'm a statistics person.
Yes.
And I want to put something, how do I get there?
Yeah.
You know? And I think that is going to be a good thing for this martial arts school, the karate dojos. Doesn't matter if you're number one, but you can at least say, listen, I'm number 4th in the Western Cape. I'm number 5th.
Yeah.
We're in the top 10 schools.
Yeah.
You know?
Exactly.
The high schools and primary schools, they don't, you love to be number one, but they advertise they're number 5th in the Western Cape or in the country. And I think that will give a credibility to the dojos. And that will give them a huge boost to say, listen, we do compete, you know?
Yes, we are competitive and we have the stats to prove it.
Yeah.
And as I say, if you can't, you have to have numbers to measure.
That's
if you
it.
don't have the numbers, you can't measure and you can't make a factual statement, you know.
Yes, yes.
So with this ranking system that's going to be coming in, this imminent, it would be great because now, and the children, or the competitors, I should call them, are able to go onto the KIAP system and go and have a look for themselves. It's not like it's not hidden, you know.
Yeah.
It's not like my students are like this. Everyone can go onto the system, click on and go, that's where I am.
Yeah, you know, and it actually helps because we were quite fortunate this week. We had 5 new intakes that signed up, and I asked the parents, "Where did you see us?" And they said, "No, we went to your Facebook page, and you guys are very active, and we want to be part of an active community." I said, "Yeah, there's a lot of dojos," and I realized that if you show you are active, not just normal stuff, but you do the competitions, you do this, you do that, the parents think that is not a dead school, that is a real school.
Yes.
And they come and try it out. And I like to tickle the parents' brains when I come, and I always ask them, why did you choose us?
Yes.
Why? Because they tell you, and you build that marketing strategy
strategy, yes.
around that.
Yes.
So, and I realized it's very, very important, and it helped with my retention. You know, from usually I have a huge drop in the middle of the year.
In the middle of the year, just after the first grading or something.
Yeah.
Then they're like, nah, I can't do this stuff. I'm bored. I want to go play soccer. Or I want to go do that.
And strange enough, I didn't have it this year. It was very stable. I actually had more parents joining because they always hear. I got more parents joining. I could have. Ferdi also joined now this year because he's every tournament. He's at IT. He says, "Well, I'm going to start doing karate with you guys now." He graded the other day to yellow belt.
Well done, Ferdi.
That's it.
Love it.
That's it. And they're going now. Some of the guys that travel far. Yeah, but we're building that very good community.
Yes.
You know? And we've got a good relationship.
We've got an awesome relationship. Yeah.
And we support where we can. And I think WUCAF has changed everything for us, brought everyone together. But and we're taking the lead now, you know,
Yes.
in the Western Cape.
I would agree with that. It's really been like it's a breath of fresh air, as they say.
Yeah.
You know, it's just been so different. You're actually happy to go and do karate competitions again. You know you're going to go there. This is going to happen. We have a schedule. People know when they're going to. It's not like, oh, well, I don't know when you're going to compete. Just sit in the stand and I'll call you 5 minutes before you. People now have a schedule that they can work off. The entries get sent out. You can check that your students are in the correct divisions. It's just all just so much easier, and just it's less stress and less grey hairs for the administrators of the tournament and for the actual competitors and the parents, because they can plan their lives around, you know, the event.
There's a new function in KEAP now.
Oh,
Yeah,
play.
I tried
Do
it,
tell.
but I think I buggered it up. That's why you can now tell the KEAP to schedule, to shift all the categories to the floors itself. It automatically schedule it. And
Oh
it
my
sees
goodness.
that the names is separate, that they don't compete off the, it's actually,
So you don't have that clash between
Clash.
people doing unison
Yes.
kata, and they've got to
Yeah.
be. Oh, wow.
but what he does is he breaks the committee and makes sure he got, and I tried it and then I didn't work because we like to finish the katas first and stuff. A lot of
Yes.
people say do kata then committee. I said to them, it will work if you only got that 2 divisions, but we got teams that's the age groups are bigger. We got Kabuda, the age groups are bigger.
Correct.
People leave, and you can't just, and then you have to change it to Tommy's back. You go from 5 refs to 3 refs. Refs take the opportunity, then they disappear.
Correct.
And I've seen when their students are finished, they leave.
Yes.
1 o'clock.
Yeah.
And you're stuck.
Then you,
So I think it's some parents say it's too long, but I said to other guy the other day, it's not the 6-year-old that's getting tired, it's the parent that's getting.
I think the parents are probably
They
taking
wanna-
a bit of strain. They
Yeah,
want to go
wanna
home.
They want to braai.
They
They
get
wanna
the
watch.
fire started.
Yeah,
Yes.
they wanna get-
Yes.
And now it's the time a bit of our news, our skinnertjie. Apparently, there were some phone calls from the other side.
Oh, yes. I think it's probably about 3 weeks ago now. Suddenly, a number of the WUCAF members, who are part of the WUCAF members in South Africa, were receiving telephone calls from the vice president and trying to get us to the table. And I don't know why they were speaking to us, because the people they were speaking to we don't really have an executive. We have a sort of administrative executive that helps out with certain things. And I was trying to work out why they were calling us. Were they trying to sow the seeds of dissension, divide and conquer kind of feeling? This is what we can offer you, and don't you think? So I entertained the telephone call. I did make a couple of demands, and I said, look, I'm not on the executive, but if I were you and you wanted to talk to us, there were certain things that you had to ensure were in play before one could go around the table and have a chat. But I still think there's that certain kind of, they want to dominate the sort of karate arena,
Yeah.
And I'm saying that for me it wasn't, why must we now jump into this pool, but you've got to go and play in the baby pond.
Yeah.
We're going to swim in the deep end and do all the great things to do, but you guys, you do karate, yes, but you're going to be in the baby pool. You're not like serious stuff. And for me, that was, I said no. My point was, I was very happy where we are with my organization. Very happy that we have joined the Wuka family. We've just had so many positive experiences. We've had, people from the international executive will come over and talk to you. It's not like you're from Africa, we're not going to speak to you kind of thing. Everybody is just so helpful, just, wanting to, are you happy? How can we improve things? And for me, I said, they couldn't compare with that, Yes, there are certain things. For me it was just, I couldn't compare what they were offering. Their apples and our apples weren't the same kind of apples. We wouldn't make a good apple pie. It would be a sour apple pie, a semi-sweet kind of apple pie.
Yeah.
So, and there was a lot of discussion and I've spoken to this person and they thinking this and this person and that. And I'm like, no, you're speaking to me right now, and if this is what you want us to do and come to the table, these are the, not ultimatums, but just cordial relationship between two bodies. This is what you, don't tell us that you want us to do that. Put it on the table, ask us if we're amicable to it, can we look at it, how can we decide? But don't tell us, you joining us and you're going to play there. No, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's very interesting. And very interesting thing Master Louise said this morning is, she used Taekwondo and I will use karate. Karate is anything, it's not just one set. You got traditional, you got, like she said in Taekwondo, even in their body, Taekwondo's got these people that's Olympic Taekwondo, and they've got a total traditional Taekwondo and a total different, and it's different.
Yes.
Different rules, different setup, and you can't say, karate is only us. There's different karates.
Exactly.
There's different
the
karate.
Different formats even.
Different format. And people are using the word karate even for Korean martial. In America, like she said, Tang Son Duk is known as karate. Not, I call it karate.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because that's the name they know. It is, she used it apple. Do you want apples? What will you think about? If I say you want apples, I use it.
Apples, apple.
Yeah.
For me, it'll be like a red apple, not a green apple.
Or do you want the apple?
Or an apple, yeah.
What is an apple?
Yeah.
Computer.
Yeah.
You start thinking about computers. It's the same name.
Yes.
Different concept, different things. And people use that name. People use the word and it gets stuck. It's similar with like plaster. If you want something plaster.
Yeah.
I've read something the other day. That plaster is not plaster. Plaster is the brand's name.
Is the brand name? Yes.
Yeah. And now everyone's calling it plaster.
Yeah, it's an adhesive strip, I suppose.
Yeah, adhesive strip or something. I can't remember what it is. But it shows you.
Yes.
People use that name.
It gets stuck. Yeah.
You
It
can't own that name.
Yeah.
You don't own it. It's a normal word out there. But it is what it is. And I also said to them, what I said is, we're willing to listen, but we don't need to change. We didn't make the rules
yes.
down. We didn't stipulate this. And they need to change their rules to allow them to talk to
Talk to
us.
us. Yes.
It's not that we must go to, they must allow and be part. You can be part of both parties. We can have an awesome karate family in South Africa. Different ways, but sometimes we can support each other.
Support each other, correct.
You don't have to belong to each other.
Yes.
But you can support each other.
Yeah.
And that's going to help the growth of martial arts in South Africa. You know, like us, we're having an awesome tournament today. That setting up. Oh, you know, we start finishing already.
Yeah, wow.
Wow, what's the time now? I can't see. Let
I
me
have
see.
no idea.
Oh, the rugby started already, probably.
Oh dear.
But any case, no, it was great to catch up with you. It's nice to talk to my sons in the Western Cape. Our seniors and say, yeah. And yeah, it was just a hectic 2 weeks. I'm busy with a few things this week, so hopefully we can get some answers out. We can then
Great.
say something positive.
Yes, we're hoping for that.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, me and you will probably talk on Monday morning again.
Exactly. There'll be behind the scenes work as always,
We
and
always
trying
do.
to negotiate the right way forward.
That's it. But any case, then, Marianne, I know you were quite busy and everything. Thanks again for popping in, supporting us, helping us out. And we look forward to the next tournament, and me and you can catch up again. Maybe we've got something nice to say then.
Exactly. We'll try and watch the space, everybody.
That's it, yeah.
JP Sensei, as always, it's absolute pleasure talking to you and just talking karate stuff. And yes, thank you
That's it.
for the invite always.
Thank you very much. And please subscribe to our channels. We got Action Sport SA TV. This is the one we do the podcast. We need that subscribe. It's for free. Do the like buttons to let YouTube can push it up. But every floor runs on a separate channel. Channel 1, Channel 2, Channel 3, Channel 4. Action Sport SA, Channel 1, Channel 2. To watch all the floors and everything. So we will see you next week. Thank you very much for the live streaming and for the podcasting and everything. We are busy getting to the end of the tournament. We didn't follow the program we published.
Yes.
It went haywire. I'm not going to do that anymore. But in any case, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sensei.
Take
And we
pleasure.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.